Oh, yeah. It's all coming together.
Well, hello everyone. That wasn't so smooth this time. Hello everyone. Hey, there is Amir and the Singular Squad. There we go. Hope you all doing good. Now, let us see. We can start up the Satisfactory. Oh. Change the scene. And remember, kids, take your meds. Good morning, NetGames.com. Hope the run goes well, and thank you for the lurk. I really do appreciate it. Those lurks are what keeps Twitch going all the way around. All about streamers streaming. You know, subs are nice and all, but I gotta say, those lurkers bring in more of the ad money in the end. Especially if we got Turbo. Turbo is an excellent way to support multiple streamers. I'll be looking a lot. Hey, thank you, Games.com. I appreciate it.
Casually wiggle.
Hey there, Buffalopagus. I can also do some wiggling. But let us continue. The spinning's a bit more difficult because I got cable. I can do like halfway. I can make a version of the spinny wizard, but I may just take photos of me like, huh? The Hunter wiggle now. Oh, sure. Guess we gotta do it. Not today, but I don't know. We'll start tomorrow with an art stream. We'll do Hunter wiggle. And now I push that button. Okay, shadows aren't broken this time, so that's a win. The machines are running, and there you see it. I think this is sort of funny, just a silly little thing to notice. That when you load up a save, all the machines start from zero. No, because then during the game they might be off sync. But when you load in from a save, as long as they have all the ingredients they need so they can make one, they will start running in sync. Now, I'm wondering if I should, in fact... Because they are all being consumed. Because if I throw in some sloops, we can make some extra. For if we start making the ionized fuel. Not that we've actually unlocked the ionized fuel, but you know, just theorizing on it. But yeah, I have hope. It's in general, hello, I guess. There. Well, hello there. Hope you're doing well there. One player gamer. Okay, yeah, last time we were here, we looked around some stuff. That place has no door. I mean, it has the... I guess it does have a... There's an elevator, but no actual door access. Let's just fix that one quickly. They put in a door here. I think it'll look... No, you bastard. Try it again. There. Yeah, some proper lighting might be something we could look into, but that's a then kind of deal. Not a right now kind of deal. You know, I said this, but now I'm looking at it thinking, I mean, these don't have lighting inside them either, so it'll be fine. We'll just run away and not look at it. Okay, so the AI expansion servers are being made. The meatball factory needs some help. Well, we should be pretty close, actually. Our fixed site factory might need some assistance. We could probably make actually the fixed site on the site, can't we? I'm wondering, like, what kind of weird ass tumbleweed was flying across the road, and it was, of course, my cart. Look at him go! Heckin' beautiful. That's exactly what it does. The one singular cart. Bastard, I mean, wants the blue beams coming out of those quantum machines to be a neutron or X-ray plumes. I mean, they might be. It's hard to say, really. It's some kind of strange radiation. Because the beams look like northern lights. So it's some sort of ionization of the atmosphere that is happening there. Thanks to them doing their strange quantum magics. We're at 690, almost at 700 coupons. We did 10 million a minute there for a tiny little bit. Then back to a few 100,000. Doggo is having a mild Doggo fit. And it's healed, but it's fine. A steady blue beam. Oh, and what do they transport? They transport my one singular cart. We'll see. It changed color while I was doing it back into the factory scheme. Man, the graphics are just so wonky. And he had some. The AI expansion server. So the project part. So we already have the 256 of them, so they're all being sent all the way over here, just be sent directly into a sink. We could build a sink, well, like right there on site, but where's the fun in that? And we could have one cart go pick them up and bring them all the way here. Because they're being produced at, in theory, at 7 items a minute. No, a theoretical 8. Practical should be actually at 6, but still. That means that by the time the cart comes here and goes back there again, they will have produced less than once in one entire stack. And that thing can transport one stack for free. And that's the neat part. Okay, this here gibberish here seems to be working. Wait, how much power does one of these things take, actually? Back with the follow. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. I realized that I've been like... It doesn't mention anywhere. Are you doing a turn or are you bringing in some heavy frames? You're doing a turn. Oh, the rendering distances are getting all wonked. Freaking love it. Ooh, crash hole. 10 stream streak. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. Die immediately if you stumble into them, and Ada could be snarky about it. That could be funny. Yeah, if you had a similar effect as with the alien power augmenter. But the thing is, I very much doubt the sort of meaty mortal nature of the Pioneer to begin with, so it is what it is. So we throw these in here. I'm wondering if we could have someone else making those. See, a whole bunch of supercomputers all thrown in here. These are all making the assembly director thingies, and the assembly director thingies are turning into meatballs. With the application of water. And the trigons. Now, I was thinking we could actually start making some fixed sites using, because there's the Caterium here and the SAM that we've been sort of delivering there, which is currently doing fuck all. So we could have a little fixed site production here on site. I was just wondering, like, how am I going to get water there? Well, we got water right there now, don't we? So we could pull in some water inside the road. Or we could have a liquid truck just for the hell of it. Finally make some use of that. I regret my earlier choice of defoliating all of this. It would look much nicer if I would have planned ahead. Whoops. Of course, we can also then change and just have one of these. A truck bring in the SAM here. Oh well, we'll look into it. And yeah. We were just looking at biochemical sculptor. So we need 10 water per minute per machine. We have 3 machines making the assembly director systems. And they're produced at 0.75 a minute. So it's technically making 2.25. Of course, we added a whole bunch of shards into that. So we're making like at least 4.5. So let's say we're making 4.5 assembly director systems. That means we can do 9 of these, meaning blenders at that, because they do have water input. So then we make right water trains. I was going to joke, but you said water trucks, and I love it. Yeah. That's some tasty tea. I put a little bit of lemon juice in there. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to build this thing. These are all the 1.2 blocks, which is one of the many problems with this road. But it's nothing insurmountable. kind of feel like putting the pump there and then having a truck station, because we have the truck station blueprint. Not the 0.5, we do the blueprint. The truck stop 1.0. Switch over to blueprint mode. And you'd fit kind of perfectly. You're a little offset by half. I can live with that. Because then what we do is we remove the truck station itself, and we look at the transport option, so we feed the fluid truck station. And it's time again for one singular spot. Thank you. Oh no, I'm finally realizing it's there. Can I have sore legs tomorrow? Ooh. That's why it has a cooldown. I knew that eventually someone would realize, like, wait a minute. I can make Streamer do the thing. Ah. Come on then.
Hello there.
There you go. Hello there, Ugla. Hope you're doing well. Alright, now we fought with these last time, so now we gotta see if we can fix... I might be able to leave this guy here. And... let's see here. There we go. Morning, neighbor. Hope the weekend was good for you. It was a delightful one, in fact. Had a fun time. With the loved ones. There we go.
I wonder how expensive the Finland ferry is now.
Hello there.
Hard to say. Oh, there, Black Mind. Hope you're doing well. But imagine the ferries are getting increasingly expensive because I mean it's not like they've been like wasting any money on trying to make a better quality service. To be honest, been kind of shitty for a while now. See, we could then bring this thing like there. Okay, see, I'm learning, chat. I'm slowly learning how to make the connections better. Now that these are all a little wonky, but they should still work. Then we check out the materials. We find from here they are wonderful. No, not you. The ass felt. Ours felt.
Hey, I'm going to bed again. Lee, I took a nap that ended up being asleep, and now I'm awake. But I want to try to sleep again because I'm tired, so... Yeah. Yeah, IDK.
Well done, TTS. Hey there, Choji. Go to bed again. You took a nap, end up being asleep. Hey, sometimes those naps end up as sleeps, but the good thing is you can always try to sleep again. Well, thank you, Crash Hall, for that singular squad. There we go. I knew it once I got the like sound alerts and things working. You guys would figure out it that button's there. I might have to put a maximum limit on it. I can only do so many squats. How's it sound now? Yeah. Hey. Thank you, Joji, for the looking and escaping, and I hope you have a good time. And I hope you get a decent second sleep.
Zoom appel.
Zoom appel. Yeah? A squat be squatting. Slowly but surely. All shall be squat. Okay, so this thing is connected. We have the roads. Well, I'm just gonna then slap down one fluid truck to just kind of hang out there. We might as well give it a fitting color scheme. There we go, because that's a water truck. Then we do... Water pickup 1. Production, water extractor. Put on the radio.
This in chat but got ignored. So help me, TTS, cheeky smiley face. There is a new deep bucket of a game released last week. Approximately up Archean light thingy. Looks nice.
Yeah. Got ignored, oh no. There's a new deep bucket of a game released last week, approximately up. Oh yeah, I've seen it. I've been watching a couple of people play it, and I am very, very intrigued. Vintage Story Bear is one of the 3 sounds etched in my brainstem. I jump every time. I know I feel the same buffalo up here. That butt is getting twit like a tiger. Slowly but surely, it's getting there. The TTS insert chocolate in that creepy. It was a little creepy. It was weird, but I like it, and that's why I have that TTS the way it is. If you if you guys want changes, let me know. Look, I don't know counting, but I'm over here working hard on 3 stream watch streak. Hey, thank you for hanging out, puppy. Thank you for the streak. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it here. Water doesn't look safe. Nope. Like the space game you played. Holy, it's cheaper to fly over there. It is? Oh no. There we go. The water is completely fine. Look at it. It's nice and green. And green is the color of life. We know this. Well, get a better view on the boat. That's very true. And the random tax-free shopping and alcoholics and possible run drug addicts. All the good stuff, you know? Alright, so you would be then going along here. Right, so we go to architecture, and I think we're gonna have to do a, yeah, guess it, framed foundations. Why don't you just one go all the way from here? I think we might be able to make that one work. And then under logistics, we find the Mark II pump. There we go. Oh. That should be enough then, eh? Excellent. I'm gonna spaghetti that. Good old close enough. We jump into here, we take out the... What? Water sponge. when we look at the framed ramps. But yeah, approximately the up looks really cool. I was saying, like this morning already, I saw a little bit of like the dude guy Broman. I'm playing that one, and it very much looks super cool. Because you have to like pull your own, all your wiring and stuff. Yeah, it reminds me a little bit of Stationeers, like you were mentioning, the space game I used to play. With how you have to do your own cabling, but then it seems a bit more blocky and like janky fun. Where Stationeers is more, you know, thermodynamics and physics and that kind of stuff, and proper chemistry. Yeah, they're 2-pub games. Hope you're doing well. They're okay. So the water is now properly being pumped in. I mean, it would be if I plugged this in the right hole. I hate it when you stick it in the wrong hole. Always very awkward, yes, when you poke it in the wrong hole. Very tragic. In fact, how about we poke it in this direction in general? We'll switch over to the horizontal to vertical. Then we do this to this, and there we go with the straight. Now it goes straight in the right hole. And there's water going inside. Hecking, I love it. Any holes are goals. Any holes are goats? Go to clock. It's happening. None of you asked for it. Well, this is what you're getting. Bam. What? Singular squat. Yup. And okay, I'm gonna have to put up like a counter for those, and then put like a maximum. Like I can't be doing like 1,000 squats. Like I literally can't. It'll force me to sit down. Plus, the sound effect is too loud, and I keep on like taking down the sound effect, and it just keeps on being like loud as fuck. So thanks Twitch, because I'm using the Twitch internal alerts. I'm gonna be sore tomorrow. Yeah, there is a very real risk for that. Depends on you. Now for this one. Okay, there's actually already a lot of business happening here. We needed water for the blenders, which turn these into the final product. And I think we're gonna have those blenders be here beneath, because the output needs to go there anyway. So the blenders go below. But above is where we put the Trigon production. Trigons be bygones. And in doing so, this particular fellow isn't doing anything. Not a sore, eh? Sore as I was back like last August. Ooh. Well, I hope you had fun. Fun doing whatever got you so sore. Wah, wah. Knee rehab. Oh, well, might not have been fun, but at least I hope it went well. Collides with terrain. It's neat and all nice. Keep on complaining about colliding with the train, but it'd be neat if you tell me with which part exactly. Alright. Get in, get out. Collides with terrain. I can only assume it's the lamp. Alright, let's try it again. Oh, now it's back. Oh, okay. Ah, bugger. It's gonna be in one of these things. So, sort of in the middle there seems to be fine. So if we try it from here. There. There we go. It ain't perfect, but it kinda works. which in this situation is pretty ideal. So it is the meatball factory water import. And you unload. We shall paint ye with all the watery colors of life, and appoint to thee your very own truck. Those will be all splashy in color, and the vehicle path goes to water pickup 1 and then to export. Enable the autopilot there. Have a tiny piece of fuel, and you'll promptly run out of fuel. There we go. Swish. So now the water truck is getting the fuel. Wah! And water will be delivered eventually. And the water goes down here. Yes. Now, how much space does a blender take? That music is too loud again. That Kid Goat music gets me every time. Huh. Some computer pupas. So the heavy modular frame production is just apparently is not keeping up. Fair enough. Why are you blinking? 5.41 per minute. Oh. So batteries are straight up better than turbo fuel. Then to be defeated by rocket fuel, ionized fuel, and of course by the plutonium, uranium fuel rods. Good to know. And I want you to make the meatball. To make the meatball, or did we think? 9? Yeah. Which means 9 divided by 2.5 is 3.6. So we'll slap down 4 of these. Or 3. We don't need them to be perfect. We need something that'll kinda work at this point. Because this one is based on like 0 math. This is just vibe coded in this entire factory. Wrong button. We shall mgzoop. Because we're running out of power. As we are. Which is why I'm kind of thinking I'm just like slapping down a few of these, and then we have to go build a giant power tower. Do you actually have any super pooper computers in you? I love that the polygons just aren't loading in. Game ran out. The fixed amount of polygons, and they're all already in use. Well, he went out to do a fetch, and he brought back nothing. I thank you. Well, good morning to you as well, Blackthorn. Hope you're doing well. So, at least 4, so we'll do 5. With the width off. Minimum 3, so yeah. By coding this entire factory into existence. Just the way God intended it. That's 1. Well now. I ran out of heavy modular frames. Oh shit! Well, give us a quick sec. There we go. You gone and done it. He's goddamn gone and done it. Give me a quick sec. Okay. And there, congratulations on your brand new fancy VIP gem, my friend. Well done. I really do appreciate it, because that means you've been hanging out around it long enough to get all those points. And at some point, I'm going to have to then figure out, well, how do I then... What happens when I run out? Okay, so we need 10 more heavy modular frames from somewhere. Oh yeah, you go through like individual ones. Now, the machine should be making an excess of 8 per minute. Oh, right, because I'm using a smart splitter. Right. I need to go there and change that out. Like, whoops. Oh well, we'll make do with 2. So at least the unfortunate machine can kinda run for a while. You got any water in you? It's full of water. Let's see. We do a logisticals. Flippity floor holder. Nope. You go. I'm part of Finnish law now. It's very true. Now you just need to learn to roll your R's. So I can probably say that perkele. That's... You know. The song line, it's not about the bird, but the perkele. Perkele is the word. The word is perkele. And if you don't believe me, I'll lie a second time. So they got watering coming in. The assembly direct core system. See if we can. Ooh, if I put a splitter there, then we do a belt from here, but it's straight. Yeah, actually that works. I'm okay with this. Rolling my R's is easy. I'm a Spanish speaker. Ah, well, that's good. So then you know how to say your perkele. And ruisleipä. And, you know, raamattu. I don't know why you want to say that. Maybe, you know, Spanish speaker. Raamattu being Finnish for the Bible. I just started thinking about that word, and because, you know, then the Finnish word for, like, rune, as in, like, Viking runes and such is riimu. So riimuttu ja raamattu. So raamattu would in fact would be some kind of old world word for like writing. So it is the book Raamattu. So not that it's really my holy book, but you know, still a part of my strong part of the whole cultural heritage thing. Still love the fact that the Finnish saint got their saint. The story of the Finnish saint isn't really that good of a look, I'd say, for the hero. Yeah, Finnish Christianity is very. Let's just say we have a complex relationship with our national religion, seeing as it did take 2 separate crusades to turn us Christian. So got the water and the assembly directors coming in, and then we need the trigons be bygones. And for that, we're gonna need some fixed site itself. And I was kind of thinking, wait, let's just do some quick math. Now, if we do a whole like crazy bunch of these, it'll be 40 per. Let's say we wanted to try to do 400 of those. World. Loved it. Thank you, Slywolf. Yeah. That's one of the, I don't know if it's just, you know, speech impediments, ADHD, or the whole fact of being trilingual. Sometimes my tongue sort of forgets in which place it needs to go to make the correct word, the correct sound. I have a Finnish friend that so far refuses to teach me any bad words in Finnish. For years and years, she doesn't want me to swear in her language. So funny, the first time I said perkele in front of her. She tried her best, but then my summer car released. Oh no! The tongue twisters, exactly. Those, you know, poor people trying to, no, you mustn't learn my... Oh, that one also wants heavy modular. Okay, I guess I need to go and fix the heavy modular frame thing then. Well, in the meantime, I'll do some Trigon Tri-Magic of just stealing a whole bunch. And I wouldn't have to have any ingots. No, that's fair enough. So the idea was to then have it be above, but that makes no real sense. And I kind of like, I wonder if we can then have a third. So one drone port here, one drone port here, one drone port in the middle, but further down. That sounds like a wonderfully awkward way to do it. Which means, of course, we got it. That's the way we're doing it now. we're sort of building into these existing pillars, so we're actually making acceptable use of the space I sort of reserved for this entire project way back when I just slapped this building together and then promptly never did anything with it. Now we can't do too many of those. How many? Do I have any? I'm gonna edit these, by the way. Refinery with walkways goes under manufacturing. How do I move things? Okay. Through menu. I'm gonna leave this one here for now. Then we... Well, I mean, they do 30 per, for the 2 of these, they'll be needing grand total of 80. The 3 machines will do 90, so that'll be A-okay. Not that we can actually get them to work, but we're just gonna slap together a little something for just good old experimentation things, nothing else. See, we do the mergers. I'm missing out on chat, aren't I? Yes. Honestly, I think that would be my main motivation if I ever learn a second language. Desire to have more options for telling someone exactly what I think about their bullshit. I agree with Lion Wolf. That is also one of the... I would agree. I'm being trilingual. It is one of the good ones because some different cultures have different things that they consider that need a power word, you know. And so there's different ways. So that is very, very cool because then you come up with, I mean, like zeitgeist is like, it's not a swear word, but it's like it's a concept that really only has a word for it in German, and it works perfectly. So you know, hey, I know that word in German, you know, good old zeitgeist, and it can be used for many things. And yes, it is used a lot in the, you know, to say more cultured things, like for example using zeitgeist. But it most definitely can be used for also like swear words. Well, it's a little funny, but you know, it'll work. See, we did all of that and it's kind of pointless. But I'm going to stick all them trigons in there. It's a smart splitter. There we go. Right now we just want something that'll kind of work while we go fix on other things. And you'll make them trigons. The inputs most likely then coming from around here. And you need the whole language for that. Yeah, but with the whole language, you get so many more options. They're very true. And then you learn, because with the whole language, you learn more nuance. So why are you trying to learn Italian, German, and Japanese at the same time? Because no one will curse us like people out of the accent. Nice. Excellent. They are now being slowly but surely being made. Doing the meatballs, and there we go. 8 out of 1,000 done. I even have some Sloopies, so let's go throw them in there as well. Taking a nap, so don't feel like your brain throb into your skull. And the BCP on the YouTube side. Yeah, of course. Naps are amazing. I wish I could take more of them. I used to be very, very proficient at nap taking when I was younger. I would have done well in the military. But I did the civil service. We have mandatory military, it's military/governmental service in Finland. Oh no, come on. Yeah, 32 hours. What? No, I'm not. I've been on for 1 hour today. One. But I did go to sleep and, you know, start a new stream. I guess YouTube is having some interesting moments, is what it sounds like. Making crazy claims. I should probably start shipping some of these computers away. Take off. I mean, I do 8 hours. I did a 9-hour stream yesterday. And I, you know, took time off to sleep, to eat, to all that. So I'm guessing YouTube is lying to people. But how long I've been on? Wait, now that was all good. This is all good. We need the heavy frames. Ah, thank you. Double snacks. One singular squat. Done. For health, I thank you. I should probably connect my hypertubes this way as well. Okay. Yeah, I do, yeah, for BCP on the YouTube side, I do 8-hour streams that sometimes... Well, we can always hope. Oh no! I do like 8-hour streams with sometimes stretch over to like 9 hours, 10 hours. But I do, yeah, 8-hour streams around 5 times a week. Try to stay consistent, sometimes 6 days a week, sometimes, you know, sometimes more, sometimes less. And that's the number I aim for. So if YouTube is trying to say that I've been on for 32 hours, well, that's, nah, I do not have that kind of power. And I'd probably get murdered by my, you know, nearest and dearest and loved ones. And dogs. Yeah, sometimes, yes, especially for longer streams, then of course, yeah, I need to take breaks to walk the dogs and all that. Alright, let's go. Let's get over here and see why is production so slow. Now think, yeah, you're a smart splitter, so we're gonna do... Now we'll change so that the any is actually going there. And then I'll just steal these from you guys. And you are low on heavy on encased industrial beams. And encased industrial beams are being produced. It's not here. Yeah, those guys being slow is okay because they've also filled up an entire industrial storage container, so I'm pretty okay with these. We don't have a storage container. We probably should have. You see, if I fit this guy, I could fit an industrial storage container. Oh well, it is what it is. So so the concrete comes in, concrete goes out, concrete goes down. This looks like industrial beam area. There you go. Power charge in all of them. Yeah, because you are making the actual modular frames. You're doing good. Yeah, this factory was built back when I had limited resources. Or more limited resources. So I actually thought about which kind of belts to use at which point so that all the speeds when they end up, you know, matching and working well together. But now I've got my sort of in-game materials and they're being produced rather effectively. So I'm gonna just shove them full of stuff. 60 per minute, even at full, okay, and 10 per minute. So yeah, upgrading those belts achieved a grand total of nothing. So now they're making, it was 4 machines, so now they make like 40 per minute, and these guys are consuming less. So that should fix that issue. Now, what? I could have sworn I jacked you up to like nonsense levels here. Now you're making 14 per minute. And you're consuming 23.437. 7.03 a minute. That is a weird number. So we need to get this to like 20. There you go, 6 per minute. A good number, because then they'd be consuming the exact 40 that the machine's making in case industrial beams are producing. Goes through crazy amounts of steel pipes, but that's okay. It's still okay. It's more than tier 1 now. And your steel pipe imports. Wait, what? Yeah, steel pipe. Oh, they're coming from below. It's only 2 machines. 44 a minute is also an acceptable number there. Yeah, you go here and then you get split between those two. Multiple things actually grabbing from here, so there we go. Now to maintain that. We did go here to ramp up the production of stuff here. You should be fine. $75 a minute. Ah. Those might have been tier 1s. They were tier 1s, okay. So then, yeah, the lifts were too slow. They can't keep up with the speed of maximum speed of 60 will not equal, that's less than 75 now, innit? Now, the concrete one was fine. The steel production, we visited the steel producers and they can handle it nice and dandy-like. Your output is at 75, which a Mark II belts can actually handle. So that's fine. So we got the steel pipes in order. We got the concrete coming in order. Here we go. There you go. Okay, all the numbers are high. Production is A-okay. And we're producing now 12 per minute. And we're making use of 3. So there should be 9 extra. Half of that goes here. So then 6 comes here. And then half goes there and half goes here. And this is exactly 3 and then 3 goes away. That's pretty perfect. You see, you can speed this one up maybe by putting that in there, and then they'll catch up. It'll be okay. So now I have the heavy frames that I needed to build some of those machines. We're gonna switch on over to the jetpack that actually jets. So we'll have a quick visit here. So I've got some alclad plating in my pockets. So then I need your exports. Yeah. Because here we have some sloops. To make sure we... Do we have any more sloops? No, put them all in. There, the storage chat. I'll check back with you in just a sec. So outgoing transfer rate is 126 items per minute. And right. I don't know why I would do that. Oh well, seemed like a fun idea. It's there now. Because we kept on running out of alclad on the Nuka Quantum side, which makes use of a lot of the alclad. Most, well, pretty much all of that is for that site. Hey there, fluffy buttocks. Hope you're doing well. And hope those buttocks remain all lovely, jubbly, and floofy. Like, why are they, like, queuing up here? And oh, right, yeah, 'cause that's my battery exports. Oh. That's my space depot. And you're empty. Your sulfuric acid is not keeping up. All the things. Because your water is not keeping up. Now you consume... Now you have a water output there. And you consume a grand total of 83 units of water. And you consume 125, so it's 160-ish. Which... 300... What now? Are you telling me that if some of those can't output, none of them can output? That's sort of what I'm hearing here. Fair enough. Oh, batteries versus other fuels. Batteries are actually, they're better than turbo fuel, less good than rocket fuel, apparently. At least for drones. And... So between turbo and rockets, a rocket is barely better. And... What wrong? Yeah. Mighty triple figures. Hey there, Depot. Nice seeing you around 80. Oh, now you're getting there. What? How do y'all keep on like maintaining your streaks? My streaks keep on breaking, even though okay, I might be trying to like lurk in like way too many streams at the same time. I will admit to that. Hey, nice seeing you around, Depot. Hope you're having a good one. Let's enjoy some of this. I'll keep building right under Manta flight paths. Ooh. We're alone. We could have did, apparently. Nice pet, though. That's very true. We have given her a pet this run. Alright. Gonna change this one. And, okay, let's see here. So we flip it over, flippity-floopity over to here. We do a quick, zoom. And... zoom. So this thing is absolutely full of water. Oh. Right. That would explain it. Whoops. You see, this one has an output of 75. So 83. plus 125. So 83.333 plus 125 minus 75 is 133. So, turns out I was the mistake all along, which isn't that surprising. What was that, 133? 0.3. I'll average out. I kind of want to put a buffer in now. So, if we put a fluid buffer, where would I put it? Honestly, I think this would be kind of the best, wouldn't it? But, okay, that'd be funny, but if you can't fit it, no way, no how. So we'll do that. We do that. Let's max out. There you go. Just to make sure it remains one way. Because in theory, yes, they also I thought about this. They should still have enough head lift to reach this guy. And then we pull you down to 1, 2, 3. There. So this way the buffer should maybe even get a chance to work as a buffer for a wee bit. You're full of water. Acid's being made. Because 125 per minute, you're producing 125 per minute. But yeah, see, it is working exactly as it should. Making 50 batteries per minute. If you look at your outputs, transfer 997 items per minute, so yeah. But the thing is, these happen in like batches, so it's okay. Because it's a large amount per minute on account of, you know, when I build a new like battery import drone, then it has to like fill the entire drone station. And after that, they go through batteries a little bit. Because if you look here, there was a question about the batteries. Plus, the drones can throw batteries at the field to express displeasure during sporting events. I guess they could. That's very true. Now you see here, okay, this one has trip cost 0. Okay, yeah, because you're an exporter, so you don't actually have any drones of your own. But if I find an importer, like this one. Here we see. See, package fuel would cost 0.55 per minute for the trip, which is in the biggest trip, back and forth. Then the package turbo fuel would be at 0.26. And then battery costs 0.069. So it's like 10 times better than normal fuel. Well, it would be that 5 times better than packaged turbo fuel. And then rocket fuel has 0.057 versus the 69. So it's a little bit better than a battery, but batteries are much, as you can see, much easier and cheaper to make. Like, my entire drone network is fueled by that one battery factory, and has been for the longest time. And except for now, the couple of drones we put in there that run on actual just package fuel, just because that's kind of funny. The groundskeepers love cleaning up after the drones. So many sparkly surprises when moving. Exactly. And especially, and also it's fun for the groundskeepers because it's sort of a race against time, because you have to clean up all the batteries before the sprinklers turn on. Because that's when, you know, the fireworks really start. These packaged ionized fuels. Okay, these are they are obviously better than the battery, but not by much for the drone. So I think the batteries are essentially like the best vehicle fuel, at least for drones. Outside, of course, uranium fuel rods and plutonium fuel rods. I like this rounds down to 0. It's like I think you have a maximum of 4 decimals, 3 decimals. So that's why we can't see this one. And you're pure motor import, not doing any exports. This one is doing exports and imports. This one is doing pure import. Yeah. Watching ad. Yeah, they'll get the job done. And I'm not sure how we got the Mercer Sphere, but that's okay. Now we go back to the meatball factory, which has already made 154 meatballs. We could almost... No, not with this one. And... the assumption remains like just edging on this one. So as long as everything remains stable, we're kind of okay for a tiny little bit. We're gonna have to build more on the battery tower just because it's funny, and then today's big project will be a rocket fuel power production. We might look into maybe trying to get to ionized fuel, but then I'll have to go out hunting for a hard drive for that one. It is not impossible, but yeah. You see, these guys are working hard. There's so many of those already. The 1/2 of those makes 4 of these right now. With okay, look at the non-soup. Okay, it's funny how like one of these makes multiples of these. You see, these being like raw materials, like Trigon's water, it makes sense because they get split among many. One singular assembly director system makes 2 biochemical sculptures. So like you first you make this high-tech piece of the director system component, and then you like just chop it in half. Like we didn't actually need the entire thing. We just made you do it because we'll screw you. That's why. And we go here and we yoink a whole bunch of these Trigons again. Throw them in there. Welcome back for the Maz, my friends. Now let us build a drone McPort. And we'll try to build it in a wonderfully awkward way. Now technically... But now let's be semi-consistent here. These extra fancy petroleum-based freaking packaged fuel. Yeah. And you are then, of course, the meatball factory. Fixed site import links to Ethereum East fixed site export, which might not be able to maintain all of this, but that's okay. Because we already have a plan, we have a good spot for where we can put another one. And that is where we're doing the extra Ethereum for the quick wire next to the the place. Fruit computers. Because that thing is maxing out the output from one pure Caterium node. And I think, if I remember, yeah, according to the math that I can recall at least, it should be making surplus. There we go, and hopefully that'll be okay. So this thing is maintaining it like for balance. Eventually the drone will bring in more of the stuff, and these will then turn them into them trigons. Other than that, everything else should be fine, right? That's the last thing I was manually feeding this entire system. Like, this thing has a literal excess of computers. The point that I think we're going to do that. And this one needs more of the heavy modular frames, but well, they'll get there. So we have an excess of these here anyway. These guys are... oh yeah, yeah, that's very true. I did add all these shards and things, so they would eat through the buffer. Next, right now you would be needing a grand total of 2.5 plus 2.5. Oh, you need 10, and we're exporting 3. Fair enough. We're gonna have to then make another sort of local heavy modular frame factory here, which should be quite easily doable. We have a steel pipe producer there. There's iron nodes all over the place. Concrete as well. Well, add more trucks to it, and it'll be okay. Wait, aren't we making some over here as well? I don't know, perhaps. We'll find out. In the meantime, we're at 196 out of the 1,000. And I just kind of want to see the drone come back here and see it. What kind of amounts will it be bringing in? Maximum transfer rate is at 2.74 stacks per minute. Oh no! Just having them jitters. You were bringing in supercomputers, so you can remain with that color. You are bringing in circuit boards, so you get to be fruit computer color, and you, what's a good color for a fixed site? I kind of like this one. It's bringing them over from over yonder. You know, in theory and good old eventually. Alright. Now let's see how bad is it? Apparently very bad. Nope, nope. Oh, thank God. I mean, that is kind of shit, though. That is a tiny-ass amount. Oh, well. I've been having a lot of anxiety dreams this summer. Over the last week or so, my brain had been using Satisfactory imagery for it. Where it gets that from? Stared at the phone. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Hope it's not too bad. There. Alright, so we're gonna need to make the fuels. Now if we check out our map, we're gonna be... There's one impure, so 2 impures and 1 normal, so which is in practice is 2 normals. 1 normal gave out 120, wasn't it? Ramp that up to 2.5. Which becomes 300. So let's assume we get 600 units of crude oil. We do... Because over here we're not really producing anything other than fuel, to be honest. Some plastic, but we can maintain this truck stop by with just some of the residue stuff we'll be producing anyway. And the main plastic and rubber production is now here. I'm not really complaining. It's a weird game for me. Tracking the sources and types of imagery my brain uses to express itself when I manage to sleep. Yeah, that is fun. It's depending on what's happening in your life, it can be interesting because it's fascinating if your brain starts using imagery from, you know, popular media, games you're playing, and so on, or games you're following. And if we compare that to then, like I had the unfortunate experience that I think many have had, that at one point my dreams were mostly Excel sheets because of what I did at work and the stress at work at that time. That was... Yeah. No. I'd rather have other weird dreams with at least interesting imagery rather than just dreaming about Excel sheets. And how the things just never worked. The values moving around, and whatever I did was always somehow wrong, no matter how right it was. Very stressful. Ah, wrong one. It's supposed to be here. And here we find... From crude oil, we could... Most likely we'll do the heavy oil residue recipe. So... That adds 30%. 3 into 4. Into... Oh, well that's easy. 300 into 400, right? Which means 800. So we have an 800 residue. And then if we look at our options, we could either do it then a turbo blend fuel, which takes sulfur and petroleum coke. I mean, we're already making the compacted coal on site. So that wouldn't really help. It's fun to catch one's brain when he uses stuff with text in it, like spreadsheets, because if you can be lucid enough to look, the text is always gibberish. Yes, 100%. When you eventually start realizing, wait a minute, this text is wrong. Let's make... And then we need the nitric acid with the turbo fuel to make the rocket fuel. And here 60 makes... Oh man, yeah, the numbers go up. The numbers go up so goddamn much. At least... For 16 is a turbo fuel. Okay, but let's look at then... Okay, and also, yeah, we get compacted coal back, so that's what we want to use a recipe that makes turbo fuel out of compacted coal. And this one uses 22.5 to make 18.75. Now if we double this, that is 45. No, other way around, because if we use the diluted fuel recipe, that means we can double our heavy oil recipe. So this one is sort of 1-to-1. Almost like 37.5 into 30. 5 into 4. But if we double that, then we'd have 10. So 10 fuel, which would make 1.5 times this, and 1.5 times 8. Wait a minute, is that still better? Is the turbo heavy fuel just straight up better? It kind of looks like it. How about the turbo blend? That is 1-to-1. So if we turn 45 heavy oil, no, so that would be 37.5, because if we turn half of the output into fuel, well, it would have to be, yeah, half of a half kind of thing. Anyway, make a bunch of fuel and some heavy oil residue. Throw in some sulfur and make petroleum coke as well. That's 4 into 12. The Glurb to plot ratio can't possibly be negative. Wait a minute. Am I dreaming? Is this real life? Or just a fantasy? Hard to say. Nice. Alright. So 40 into 120, right? 4 into 12. And you need 3, which means 1 unit of heavy oil residue makes 3 units of petroleum coke. Then 1 unit of heavy oil makes 2 units of fuel, which means a grand total of 6 units of heavy oil residue used to make 6 units of turbo fuel. So it's 1-to-1 with turbo blend fuel. Turbo heavy fuel, well, 5-to-4. That is not 1-to-1, and it also burns through the compacted coal. So I'm thinking we might want to have a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, because we need someone to burn through the compacted coal. You know what? I'm full of shit, aren't I? Because even if they do that, this would still be the worst recipe. So it's better to just get the compacted coal and, well, yeah, of course, we'll just burn it in a coal plant. So that'll be fine. Excellent. Nobody's used glurbs in the 60s. Wait a minute. I was born in the 80s. How do I know this? Am I a time traveler? Maybe. You'll find out eventually. But okay, I think we have now a path. Oh, and then, yeah, these input 6 units into 10, so the ratio should be sort of 1-to-1. Okay. That's gonna be an annoying math thing, wasn't it? Yeah. So for 6 units, okay, no. So half of the heavy oil residue would be 15, half that's 7.5. So 7.5 units of heavy oil residue per minute needs to be turned into fuel, and 7.5 per minute into petroleum coke. That would give us enough to maintain all of that. Let's see here. Meaning we have 30x H2R, 7.5 and 7.5x. And how many of these machines would we then need if we're assuming we get 600 units of oil? That would be, yeah, 600 divided by 45. So 600. No, that's a bit too much. So 13.33 machines, if my math is correct. And it's not 600. 600 was the crude oil. The heavy oil residue would be then 800. Wild. And Glarbs him and fit in the plorgnet? Oh, wait a minute. Only on Tuesdays, and it's Wednesday today. Oh, sorry. Bumped my microphone. And on it goes as your sleeping brain tries to keep ahead of what lucid nugget. Exactly. In other words, we need 18, and then we put one down to 0.8. Well, maybe that'll make sense at some point. I don't know, I have amazing news. A demo of a factory game I couldn't stop playing became available as early access. Have you seen Satisfactory? I have, actually, TX Biggles. I have seen it, and I am very much intrigued. It is definitely on the to play list for the near future. Now, let us see. So, if we assume we have 18 machines, or 17.8, and making that turbo blend fuel. That means we'll also then end up with 800 units of turbo fuel. And 800 units divided by 60 would be 13.3, 133 units. Well, 1,000. That's what I thought. Yeah, 1,300. Well, now. We're getting the sulfur and coal in, so maybe we skip all of that and we'll look closer at this one, the nitro rocket fuel. Because this way we can turn that 800 heavy oil residue into 1600 fuel. And we're probably not going to get anywhere near enough nitrogen gas flowing in, because that would mean... So 1,600. Is 16. So 16 machines running this thing. We'd also require 1,600 units of sulfur, which is one pure node that also does other stuff we can in no way maintain. Okay, but now I want to make this happen. So we turn all of that, everything, into fuel. And import all the freaking nitrogen gas we can. Might have to tap into more things. And then we'll need 1,600 units of sulfur per minute. We can get about around 1,000 for the one node we got. And then 16 times 50 for coal is 556. Right? 16 times 50. 800. Hey there, Sankira. I'm doing pretty well. Pleasant enough day. Meatball factory is running. We're at 336 meatballs out of 1,000, as you can see in the top right there. Slowly but surely getting there. Rest of the factory is working, but we're kind of running out of low on power, hence the stream name, and that's why we're going to now build a rocket fuel factory. I've almost beat my first playthrough, and I'm so happy. I played a ton of Falling Sands in the past, though, so I'm prone to loving it. I played a bunch of like Falling Sand games back when I was a kid, when they were a novelty, and they're like, oh my god, look at this, we can simulate things. Amazing. I haven't played much since. So we need 800 coal. We'll need 1,600 sulfur. And 1,200 units of nitrogen gas. And this will be for 16x. Well, I'm glad I didn't get to building stuff too much before I went through my recipes, because I was planning for like, okay, we didn't do the thing. How about rocket fuel? Oh yeah, we did unlock this thing now, didn't we? And this would then deal with 16 machines, 16x. And 16 blenders. The perfect math to hold a mug of coffee to. It's fair too. And the perfect music for for mathing. And the compacted coal that gets produced by this can't be used in this recipe. So we will just directly... I mean, there's a bunch of water there anyway, so we're gonna have a bunch of like coal burning power plants right next to it as well. See if we can maybe like build some decorative piece around this. The thing is, rocket fuel's a gas, right? Excellent, yeah, so the final power tower can like just rise up. We don't need to care about head lift because gas doesn't care about that. So the fuel production and the nitro rocket fuel blenders are the only ones who need to be sort of low-ish, so we can just save on some energy on the pumping. And we can then have 6 machines. Yeah, 1 Mark II can feed 6 nitro rocket fuel blenders, but then 3 of them, 4 of them would be for 1 full pipe. That'll be neat, that'll be neat. Now 16 blenders. 16 times 150. 16 times 150 equals 2,400. And I have no idea how many brooms machines will be fed by 2,400. I'm assuming there's going to be like crazy amounts. Hence the blueprinting we're going to look at now. Because I'm sort of assuming... I kind of want to see what kind of a like floor we could make here. Now... Or the heck, I don't know, because it's one of those things where I kind of like I like using the glass foundation floors, but they also make me unhappy a little bit with them being so see-through. Because they don't look like they could actually like carry the weight of anything too heavy. So we're gonna try. Okay, sure thing, game. Going a little nuts there. Let's have a look-see here. Like, what if we make a blueprint with, like, how many of these power generators, this fuel power ones, can we fit on one of these? Whoopa. Like, we could fit 4 on the previous one. Means we can do it here again. Angled walls are a little tricky. They're clearly made out of transparent aluminum. It's very true. Aluminium. Okay, then how about then instead we look at trying to make a sort of core of a building here. Ah! Here's an idea. There we go. Oh, what is this? I can go outside? Okay, let's not though. Let's not break the game too much. Not just yet. So realize what I really want to do, I guess, is just make a building and then we can see about putting stuff inside. Also, we need to head over there so we start like just putting stuff down and then try to figure it out. Right now, we're just gonna see what we can make happen here. So I need to be here. Well, that doesn't work then, now does it? Unless we clip them really into each other in a way that's less than amazing. How about... You know, I don't hate it. So let's try. Because the idea was that then we do walls. Now this would be better like going down a bit maybe, but then again... So if they take half a step out... Fine. So the small metal pillar goes here, then goes one step down, and that's about it. Hold it down, we go back, and... Alright, now that's correct. One half step out. Because if this is the blueprint, we can then put 4 of these next to each other for, like, you know, a tall building. That's kind of the idea I'm going for here. Oh no, we got the red outlines again. I don't know why. Low and then trigons, I see. Can't feed too many trigons. Oh, round trip time. Okay, so we can see the time and everything, and then we calculate here. Trip cost is half one of those per minute. Here alone, the heavy modular frames. a merger here, so I'm gonna throw some more things at a time into the machine because it's I feel they could be handy. Ooh, we're past 700 coupons already. And 400 meatballs. So, yeah. Meatball Factory is doing otherwise okay, but the Trigon in is... Okay. No. Jesus Christ, not those. Okay, good. Alright. So this is something we could use as the base of a building. We can fit a refinery easily enough. I think the height of 10 is actually pretty okay. You know, yes, we could make it taller, but I feel like we can live with this. So part of me is thinking that what if we had then a diagonal go across here? How do you look? Nah. That's better that way. Alright, so then this one can be used as a sort of base for it. Just crazy tall building, bunch of these next to each other because we can fit a large amount of power machines in here. And a whole bunch of catwalks should we feel like it. So if we use this as the base... icon. That's a good icon for something like this. There we go. Snowman. And we do tower corner. And we save, clear, and remove the bugger. We have a quick visit there with the fixed site stuff to see if there's something I could do to help. Now, some of these had sloopy whoopy poopies inside, but they've been all unstooped. There you go, some of them are running. Yeah, so we could make Alright, fine. Did we have one more truck stop that isn't doing much? We do. So we connect this one up as well. Give you some fuel, and you'll bring up some reanimated Sam from all the way over there. It'll be A, O, and K. So we do... We and Sam import. And you unload. That would explain why there's... Yeah. Well, the deliveries feel so inefficient because we forgot to actually make them unload. That would help. Not enough go for the goats, and it's time for the absolute of the fix-its. Now we need. Wondering why the number never went up. There we go. That'll keep those buggers running. See? Change the tunes and immediate victory. Gotta love it. Let's just... get rid of all of those. Ah, silly me. Wonderful. Somehow it broke itself. There we go. And you're gonna be nice and purple like, and there we heckin' go. Under transport to find the F's, of course, the truck itself. Vehicle path. Meatball factory import. And you can pick it up from the local. There we go. You're an exporter, not an importer. There we go. There you go. Get fueled. Alright, so then we get the SAM. And we get the Caterium over here, so we could then send the SAM over somewhere, somehow. Okay, you got 2 exports. So one of the exports then would go down here, I suppose. Good old, fair enough. We find from here in the logistics, we find the conveyor Flory McCauley, and the Flory McCall goes right there. Swam. And then we put there we go. And we could then have it all be brought over here. Because these 3 machines would require then 30 of the fixed site, and a converter requires a 2x2 space. Pretty sure it probably won't fit there on account of the whole clipping. Yep. Well, then again, we get rid of this. There we go. And it takes in a 30. Requires some kind of power connection. There you go. And there we go. So that's one input done. It's a teeny weeny amount. But I guess it'll have to do. I think the answer is a catwalk. Yes, catwalks, it is true. Here, have a little bit of sand. See. So now we're importing some of it, and we're making some of it here. There. Have a little extra. So this should maintain the production of these, which maintains the production of these. And phase 5's at 540 out of 1,000, so that is A-O-N-K. Fantastic. So now we can bugger off. Because, well, that system is inefficient. It'll still keep running, even though I'm not there. Unlike this guy, we need some radios. And a few frames. Because it's good to start making these pressure conversion cubes over at Northern Manufacturing. Oh, good. You're idle because you're... Oh! You're actually running out of the copper for once. Fair enough. You'll get there. The important thing is that production keeps happening. So now it's off to build a giant nonsense structure. All for that sweet, sweet power. So we keep everything running. What all did I need for that? But the ballistic drive, though. Now we take this left. Next, there should be excess Caterium ingots being made down there. Oh heck, let's go have a quick little look-see. Why not? Just caught it in time. Yes. excess is being made, because we see a whole bunch of them being shipped out. We're gonna do a quick little math magic. Figure out how much is actually made in excess. Production is nice and constant though. And there's a whole bunch here. So we could then, because the SAM is being made there, the Devil's Anus as well. I mean, okay, all of that is actually being exported, but if we extend the road forward, there was another strange alien matter site here. Oh, there's actually one right there as well. And here. Okay, well, actually, we're not. There's a whole bunch of these that we're not tapping into. That was a normal. That was an impure. So we then make the basic SAM here. Deliver a whole bunch here. And turn that into fixed site on site. Averaging at around 446. So 446 divided by 60 times 15. So 446 divided by 60 times 15 is 111.5 fixed site ingots could be produced here per minute with the excess here. Not a bad number, really. And the ingots here. And how much we animate SAM? $334. That would be more than enough that we would get from that normal. That is something we need to also potentially look into. We'll see. You saying here if the windows were put in? Yeah. Good old fruit computers. Refinery is melting out here. And I really like the giant factory of infinite rubber and plastic. Pretty happy with that one. Then we've got the Devil's Anus. And yeah, the other SAM site is actually right there. So the road is pretty much almost at it. Because I remember seeing it from the end of the road. Nuclear power is nice and constant. Oh. Strange alien power matrix has stopped working. So, yeah. There's that. So, what could cause it to stop working? Well, one of the reasons could be the lack of aluminum, which is one of the things we need to work on, and of course the strange alien matter for the more advanced SAM stuff. So we could most definitely do need to put a little SAM factory up there. But yeah, need more power. Time for anyone else? I can hear. Need a refresh. Cheers. Hey, thanks. Yeah, Twitch does that sometimes, I've noticed. It's weird. Sometimes you just know, like, wait, why is this shit muted? There's no reason for this to be muted. Alright. So we're going to do it the way I try to advise people to do this, and we'll see if we can get it to work. So first we build a factory that makes... Like, first we double check that if my math is actually correct. No. It is 150. Plus 150. Plus the 300 from here. Yeah, so it is 600. We're not gonna hook these... Sorry. There we go. So. We're not going to unhook anything from here until the next factory is completely built, because you know these guys are still producing a large amount of power. The good thing is that this one, after getting hooked out, will still have a whole bunch of turbo fuel to burn through, so it can then just remain there. In other words, we're going to build a new factory. Probably like right here, I guess. Or here, because we needed... Well, would you look at that? The fuel hole train station is here and actually kind of ready to go. Because what we'll be needing is coal, sulfur, and nitrogen gas. Well, we're getting a bunch of coal and sulfur already through inside the road, but they're not enough. Because we're also being we're sharing the nitrogen, so the sulfur with these guys. Plus, it's one pure node, that's 1200 maximum. And we need 1600. And so let's assume we get like half of that, so 800. And for coal-wise, we get, you know, a bunch. It is these two, which is 2 impure ones. So not that much, to be honest. And these are pretty much all being used to make diamond and iron. These two are feeding into a truck station. And the tractors. So we could use a truck pretty much to bring a little bit more from here. And these 3 are also not all being used, because even though the coal power plants here have been maxed out with the shards that we need, but the Mark III miners are producing extra, so we can add a train station there perhaps. And that means we need more than 1 train station for this place, no matter what, I think. Because I want to have 1 train station with 2 liquid drop offs for the nitrogen gas, just to make sure we have the maximum throughput possible. With some sulfur coming in, might have to get more by a train. We have but there we go. We have a nice pure sulfur node train connection that can bring the extra sulfur from there. I think those 2 combined might be enough. Now, then again, many things are sharing this one, so we'll then see if we can add a 3rd sulfur node from somewhere. No, that won't work. Because, yeah. Well, we might have to then, yeah, add more sulfur to the mix. Nothing impossible. Oh yeah, this thing also has a node output. Well, thank you, Cobble Snacks, for the singular squat. Thank you very much. Really need to put a counter of that one. And come up with a more fun sort of like effect as well. Now, if we then look... So yeah, we can get coal from here and here. Because this guy's coal is not all being consumed, and neither are this. So if we add them to the networks... This one already has a truck station, so we maybe add another truck station. We'll see. For faster throughput. And this one, we can add a train station here. And that way that train could then possibly link to another place with sulfur at some point. Because if we continue the road connection here, then we could maybe continue the road here and maybe south through here. And then we'll have access to resources from there if we need them. Keyword heavily goes into the if here. So that would be 2 stations. One for coal and sulfur imports. One for nitrogen gas imports. That would be the better way, the safer way to go, I think. And that way... I guess we'd have to then eventually Because you're feeding the gas station, so if we just give you a different kind of raw material, we'll need some aluminum for the rocket fuel packaging, and then we'll just send rocket fuel, power fuel trucks everywhere. That could help out there. Yeah, because the plastic that we need for the packaging will be produced by the residue stuff from the heavy oil. Okay, part of me wants to build here, but I can't. Now can I? Alright, fair enough. We have looked. We have seen. And that means okay, things are connected via road all the way there, here. There, all awkward like, but now these things... There. It's not going to get rid of this train station. Because the connection just also goes to there. Fan-heckin-tastic, because we're going to have a roundabout then. Well, more than one now. You might have to get rid of this one. No. Roundabout there. Get rid of this one. And one empty, then roundabouts. Hey. My key gets stuck or something, man. Something seriously wrong with my keyboard or the games I'm playing with. I'm guessing it might be the keyboard. But it sucks because it was expensive as shit. Sometimes buttons just get kind of stuck. But that would explain why it was, in fact, on such a nice sale. Keyboards are cheap. They are. I mean, I bought like a fancy one because I liked it because it's nice and heavy and everything. It just pleased me. And it was on discount and it was kind of expensive. And I'm like, man. Oh well. So it is 2. Then we check transports. We check... No. Blueprints. Trains. Roundabouts. What in the shit? You know, we're just gonna have to live with it. I'm not gonna redo the entire freaking road for this. So we'll just nudge it into place instead. There we go. Now we got into mechanical ones. They're noisy and I do not notice any advantage in feedback or whatever those ads you're talking about. Yes, I tried different hardness and pressure profiles, etc. Yeah, it's a matter of taste. I just like the clicky-clacky. I like machines that have a sort of like a physical feedback, like in my fingers. It's just, are they a better tool? I don't know, but I like the way it feels to use them. Is kind of the thing. Now there's all kinds of nerds, especially with mechanical keyboard nerds, who are like, no, it's better because of this or because of that or something, like all these various reasons why it's like it's a better tool and so on. I'm like, yeah, maybe, I don't care. I like the clickety clacky. Like at some point I was kind of like, so it's a purely cosmetic choice in that way for me. Or like feel of use, however you wanna say it. There you go. Now I got these spaces here for two train stations. A membrane Logitech for a few euros also has haptic feedback. Feel when the buttons go down and when it stops moving down. Just make letter. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny in a way how many people have, the various preferences, and then they have this need to like explain why it is a superior choice somehow. Like, oh no, but I like using this tool because this tool is just better because of this or that, and has the feedback. Oh, it reacts faster or behaves differently. And I mean, for some, if you're actually doing like a craft, your actual tools, like your power tools are different. For those, sure, I get it. I see the value. But even there, I just like using this one because this one, what I'm used to using, is also a completely valid excuse. It's okay to enjoy things just because you find them enjoyable. You don't always need an excuse, to perform, to tell someone why you enjoy the thing. It's okay to just enjoy the thing. If someone judges you because you like using tool X over tool Y, fuck them. None of it matters. Not a single bit. We're all here, on this earth once. It's okay to enjoy your time here. I like the sound and feel of a mechanical keyboard. Yeah. Same here. I mean, for the longest time before, they became so more popular, and also I realized that I'm actually far lazier than I would maybe like to be. I had this dream of trying to get my hands on, say, an old typewriter or something. And make my own machine. But I have to come to the conclusion that I'm probably not gonna do it anyway. I mean, it's still a fun idea to sort of theorize about, fantasize about. Unlikely to actually make it happen, though. No, it's not. You must justify it to a complete stranger. And if they don't agree either, they are stupid and deserving of sudden overwhelming violence. Or you are invalid and should feel bad. And it should wake you up at night, weeks after the disagreement. Then you should berate yourself until the day your flesh fails you. Clearly that is the healthiest response. That's very true. 100%. We all crave external validation. It is true, and it's a bad habit. It's one I would argue is it's bad for you. It's completely understandable, of course. We are pack animals, and we all do it. And it feels good. There's nothing wrong with it. It is the not being aware of it, that you're doing it kind of thing, that it usually leads to the bad stuff. in my idiot's opinion here. I am no expert, and I make no claim to be one. All I have is my own experience of the world, my own numerous mistakes, and the things I feel I might have learned from some of them. I think it'll be better to have the station be facing outwards this time around. So if we press H. So maybe something like that. So I'm wondering, should we have the train stations being inside the building as well? Like, completely... That could be neat. That could be quite neat indeed. I think our tribe is too large and our monkey brains are desperately trying to find their place in this mess. And takes anything it makes to make where it's old simple or it's a pathologic individualism and egocentrism we breed. I don't know. I think, yeah, a little bit of all of that, but it's one of those egocentrism is just, it's not a bug, it's a feature kind of thing, but you need to be aware of it to be able to mitigate it properly. And it's not a new problem, really, because if you look at, again, I make a lot of references to Buddhist stuff because I grew up around a lot of it. But a lot of that also revolves around the whole breaking out of that monkey mind kind of thing. I don't think I thought that one through. So it is this continued sort of trying to figure out your own place in the world and trying to figure out what is your a true response and what is a conditioned response. Because the monkey mind makes us do rash decisions and bad decisions, to be honest. So catching it in time is very important. And also then not judging it too much, because it is a very real response. It's letting these quick animal reactions become a bit too powerful. That is the one that usually leads us to make increasingly bad calls about stuff. Okay, we can work with that. Fluid freight. Right now, there's a good sort of amount of decent sort of philosophy happening in the world, I'd say. But there's also a tragically large amount of... Well, I guess that's been going on for a while now and always will be sort of one-upmanship But also in, like, you know, philosophy and try to make healthy choices, which means that people then, you know, try to outperform each other in inefficient ways, making choices that do not lead to, you know, happiness or a more balanced existence. Because you have to then because in order to be better than someone, it seems like you always then have to point out why they're wrong and why you're smarter, faster, you know, better, stronger. And a part of that is also then attacking yourself in your own sort of mind. All these stories about, oh no, you have to like get rid of this, or you're like, no, not act this way, not react this way. This kind of reaction, it's just pure animal reactions. You shouldn't be paying attention to it. Which is a, you know, detail I would strongly disagree with. It's like, well, it's an animal reaction, yes, but that doesn't make it bad. If anything, it makes it more real. And you should most definitely do your best to be aware of it. Talking of which, I previously pointed out all your flaws. Oh friend, you don't know the half of them. My flaws are many, innumerable, never-ending. And far more horrendous than you can possibly imagine. Alright, so now we got notes and abilities. Nope, it is power tower, nitrogen gas import. Power tower, coal, and sulfur import. And you are Gassy Carl. Timetable includes power tower, nitrogen gas import. Pick up north. Save changes. Turn off. Self-driving. And off you go. Both of those set to unload. Same for you. Excellent. Okay, so now we have some of the imports. Now, in order to turn the 600 unit oils into 800 heavy oil residue, and then that's 800 residue into 1,600 units of fuel. Right. That's gonna take a little bit doing. Now the question is, can we fit those? How? So we'll first send all the residue away. Well, those of these would be 1-to-1, pretty much. And crazy amounts of water inputs. And the 50 heavy oil residue. And 30 into 40. So 300 would make 400, 600 would make 800. 800 divided by 50. Well, that's 40. Sorry, 16. Can't do math. There we go. There we go. Okay. We don't have to worry about those two just yet. But now we got some imports for that stuff. So thinking, yeah, so the heavy oil will be then processed somewhere below here. The water would be pumped up from here. The gas can flow up and down, doesn't care. Rocket fuel required nitrogen gas, fuel, and a couple of solid inputs. So if we can do the more of that we can do below here, the better, because then we don't have to pump stuff too high. Okay. We'll start by adding a water extractor there. Whoop. There you go. Some donations from the locals. Very, very kind. Very, very kind indeed. Now see, big concrete pillars. So that would mark it's a bit too tight. There we go. So then this would be the first floor. And Okay, and then we'll do the crude oil. I don't know, somewhere there, somewhere. Yeah, yeah, excellent, excellent. Because that means the 600 turns 800. We got 800 heavy oil residue, which means we do, yeah, 16 refineries. And I do believe we had some blueprints with refineries, now didn't we? Got a 4x4 with both solid and liquid inputs, which is more than we need. Gassy Carl, why are you unhappy? The fuck, Carl? Well, that's like all kinds of wrong. Just take the right, please. Come on, low poly call, you can do it. There we go. Heckin' fixed. Yeah, we're not gonna do the quote-unquote cooler setup here. Wait. No, it'll be fine. Ah, these be blenders. Right. Okay. So that means, what, 16 blenders? I guess so. It'll be 6 plus 6 plus 6 per big belts. Okay, okay. So what if I then do shove you this way? We need 20 refineries. Just 10 to go through 300. 20 goes through the 600. 20 refineries. Well, this one has 8. Plus 8. Plus 4. Alright. would be 8 plus 8.
Woohoo, my man.
Hey! Thank you for the prime sub there, Ugla. I appreciate it. Ooh, oh man. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. Ooh, would you look at that? It'll be fine. Just considering, like, should I make another blueprint? So now there would be one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10. And there was 600 units of crude oil, which means, yeah, we can all be fed by one Mark II pipe. $1.5 years. Jesus, you're right. It's been a pleasure since I met you at Found the Valleys of the Valheim opening the Christmas gift in your house. Glad you've had a good time, my friend. It really has been a long time. That's what Casual Elephant does. Brings people together. Whether they like it or not. So then here is the separation. Castheim was a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to the next one. And I'm pretty sure I'm not alone in that one. Casual Elephants runs wonderful multiplayer servers. Oh, that was pointless. You see, what these guys are going to do is make heavy oil residue, which means the input is purely liquid. So connecting the solid inputs was a little silly. We can leave that open. We can see if we can sneak in some Apparently, some double tubes happened. So there's not too many of them. Hey there, Paul Q. We're gonna have to make a rocket fuel factory. And I'm like just repurposing all blueprints. These guys are just to make the heavy oil residue, the polymer resin. Will for now. Man, year and a half. Feels weird to think that I've been streaming for that long, but yeah. January is approaching and it was, you know, new year, new hobby, new life, and I started streaming all that long time ago. Okay, let's see here. Then we put an awesome sink there for now. And zoom that shit that way. And the meatballs are already up, getting up there. I mean, eventually the resin here will most likely be used to make plastic or something, but for now, I don't know what to do with it. It's not really part of the current... most part of the current plan. So we'll do this. Yeah, we could do plastic to turn the plastic into plastic packaging and then use that. Oh yeah, we need to make some plastic because we are exporting some plastic from here via truck. Not being used by really any... I think someone might be using it. Like, I know the spaghetti factory is doing it, but I don't know if anyone else is. But they might be, so just in case, we're gonna make sure that the truck stop is getting fed. But that's also then why we want the... might have a little bit of the fuel being pumped into the fuel packager as well. There we go. Solid. I've been put all the way out. No, 20 refineries. Which would then feed into, on the liquid side, 16 blenders. To make fuel. And that'll be... Wait, no. And then 16 blenders. Producing 1,600. Okay, yeah, sorry. Internal math was just a little bit off. Right. Okay, because then we have rows of, say... We could do 5 and 5 and 6. For the Mark II pipes. I'll have 3 outputs. Oh, do 2 rows of 4. So 400 per pipe. And then in the next phase, we can then have them all feed into liquid buffers. And then for however many blenders we need for the next phase. Okay, excellent. So that means, yeah, this is still the first step, sort of, no matter what. Excellent. So your liquid will go up. And hopefully we can get these. Oh, perfect. Oh yeah. Slowly but surely. There. It just clipped in, but it doesn't do anything, but it looks like it's supporting it a little bit, at least. Somewhat. Somehow. Whereas this one might as well properly end there. Now, from the end, we're just touching it. Alright, good. Same deal works here. Alright. Now each side produces 40, yeah, but the output is enough to, 600. So we could have had a Mark 1 belt, but this will do. Wait, no. That's 400 per pipe. So yeah, no, this is fine. This is absolutely fine. Then the blenders. Double check our math here. And with the diluted fuels. So we have 400 plus 400 is 800. And yeah, that'll be 16 for the heavy oils. And then we need 1,600 units of water as well. I think we'll be just... because we're planning them for the Mark II outputs, so then we'll have a similar and equal and opposite order input per machine. So we can have a full pipe of 600. And we'll have to have a buffer in between, just to make sure shit, flows all nice and good like. Then the nitrogen gas is here, ready to go for the rocket fuel. So we can do diluted fuel. Yeah, 16 to do 4 and 4, 4 and 4. And that way they all have their own output pipe. Okay, sure, yeah, we'll do that. That's a nice math. I'm okay with this. Let's see if we can fit 1, 2, 3. 4. Gets a little awkward with that one there. I guess we could have some that face that way, other 4 that way. That might make a little bit more sense. And before let me choose, and you're making diluted fuel. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we can fit that easy enough. And I want, say, negative separation, that's not good. So there we go. So then the inner hole is for the fuel. So the fuel line goes here, take a little nudge to the middle, so it goes along that seam. It'll go on the higher level, then we have the X crossings. So half goes there, and so on and so forth. And then we'll have half of these get the water being pumped from like one end There we go. Let's see, we do one of these, say, here. Because they each take 100 water, so all of this needs 800, which is more than a type than a type 2 can handle. So we do these 4 on one water pipe coming from below, going across here, and those 4 equally coming in from there. I think that seems like an adequate plan. That was a mistake in the math. There we go. No, not the math, but in the lengths. One, 2, 3, 4. There. Just so it looks, you know, a little more supported. There. So that would be the fuel input. And then for the liquids, I mean the water. Excellent. It's only that I'm forced to like eyeball that thing. And in the name of some visual clarity, let's paint these pipes. Right, now that's what I use for the acid. The fuel is freaking bright. There we go. Oop, wrong color. Yeah, set a painting filter just like the deconstruct filter. It only targets specific types of buildables. Well, that makes sense. So I was flying over there, you know, because I was painting both the junctions and the pipes and things. So that one was fine. But on the way back, I really should have just filtered for the other stuff. Let's see here. There we go. So, that's coming along, and we'll have a look-see here at how we're going to do these pipes. Now, start with one of those, and right, the other thing I was came up here for, which was just there we go. Yeah. So it'll be... no, a bunch. Let's do this for, like, visual and logical clarity. We'll have 4 per pipe. Huh. That worked out pretty well. There we go. I kind of like the using these frames here as sort of a central piece to support these, because it looks like, you know, there's a sort of light framework to just maintain all of this. I like the vibe. And for this side, we do that's in the middle. We undo, and we try again. It's in the middle. And we try again. There, now it's actually centered on the tile. Oh, that sucks. It's a question of very little. Okay, I fixed it. That's good. What in the shit? Okay, that could be a problem. Okay, on this side they fit just nice. Why are you... Oh. You're also weird. Why is this? Now you're straight. Alright. Easy fix. Don't know why it was weird. And I choose not to ask too many questions. Better this way. There. And then we'll just fix the settings. Alright. And we're gonna need a pump. I'm pretty sure the Mark 1 will be more than enough. There we go. First pipe offset. I know, right? I like the fame in the water too. Stealing that from my own factory. Hey, you go ahead. You steal away. Honestly, if people find any of my ideas worth stealing, I'm just honestly honored about it. And then we bring the power down somehow. I'm thinking, should I have a beam that goes across? Or should they all go to the ceiling? I mean, okay, obviously now we're gonna have to have catwalks around here. It's just along the ceiling, yeah? Yeah, I feel the same, ultimately. But I'm thinking, should we then have them like go to the center like that? Or like just straight above? I think straight above might in fact be the winner. You are on a seam. You are slightly off a seam, so we can't get them to be... Okay, we can follow that one. Alright. And similarly... Well, that's all. Actually, no, it works. Doesn't? Oh wait, does it does clip? All right, fine. There we go. Ammo. There we go. And all of this will be then copied over there as well. And it shouldn't... Well, hopefully won't need to, no, mess with that guy too much. Don't need all of it gone, so then we'll have water, we'll have fuel, and then out, I mean the residue, and out comes the fuel. And these would then be... Yeah. Yeah. It's supposed to be purple. And fuel is what comes out, not what goes in. Silly me. And then we'll do power plant Mark II. Excellent. Connect the cable to the network. Oh, yeah. I mean, these aren't connected either. I'm just like setting things up for now, and then I'll figure out how do I, deliver power between the two levels. Like, these aren't connected to anything. These are connected to each other. Okay, some of these are connected to these, but that's just so they support my hover pack. Now, these aren't connected to anything either. Now, we'll get to the power eventually. Right now, I'm just looking at my options here. Okay, like from there out, you need to go 3 more. And then a 3rd one. There we go. Now that one goes in by like a tiny bit. You would actually do exactly the same. And can we mirror these? No. That's close enough. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. And I believe you have, 1 square between you. Then we flippity floopity and we there's fix that, and we scoopity swoop like that. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Love the ice cream makers? Yeah. They're... Well, now that you said it, now I can't unsee it. They are, yes, in fact, ice cream machines, aren't they? Alright, let's do the paint on these, by the way. There we go. And then we'll do a small readjustment. Yep. Ah. Get those straight pipes in there. There we go. Now they're all hooked up. There we go. Then mode should be straight. 1, 2, 3, 4. I won't like snap onto this one. It'll snap to the others, but not this one. And only the others if I just try to get the snapping happening from like the correct angle. See, I feel like there's still some mysteries to the snapping that no one go a little bit beyond the mortal can. One, 2, and 3. So now the water pipes are connected. Comprehend the snapping. That is that's good advice. Good warning indeed. The snapping is not for us to understand, merely for us to suffer through. Oh, the auto curving logic. Like, why does it matter from which direction I come? Surely there should be an equal curve no matter what. I think that's one of the most annoying things, or the more difficult things that I had with the truck pathing and so on. It isn't actually that much about how the tracks work or something. It's getting a curve to behave consistently. And it seems like so arbitrary where it sort of decides to put its like sharpest point and so on. Even though it most definitely can absolutely do a very sensible straight curve, it just refuses to. Because the machine thinks like, you know what? No. I'm gonna do this from here for no reason. Instead of allowing you to make a nice, clean, the sensible curve. This curve shall have a super sharp, like, corner here at point X for no real fucking reason. Like, I'm honestly, like, curious about what math they're using to make this work. I mean, no. Kinda work. Okay, the good thing is we should be able to fit in here just nicely. So we go here in the corner. There we go. And two in the middle. Middle. Oh, butt nuggets. I think the answer is we put more here on this side, and this side gets to have them on both sides because we can't really extend too much because of those guys. And here you can do them 1, 2. There we go. There we go. Now the power connections were there. And there. There we go. So now there's these 4. Putting 400 in here. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it and hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. I won't that, new. Let's see here. There we go. That makes sense to me. There we go. Of course, we're then gonna have to... Alright, gonna probably have to put in a beam after all. Which isn't really a problem. Ooh, how about said beam would be an inverted ramp. Like that. That's not really what I wanted. So it seems like otherwise good, but we're gonna have to change the orientation. Seriously, just... Please. Stop trying to put things inside things where they don't belong. Oh, heck, and yes, boys. Friendos, come on. Yeah. Alright, so this gives me slightly better than just the normal beam I usually use, because it comes with the inbuilt structural support. So it looks like it sort of structurally makes sense, at least to me. So I'm very happy with that solution. And yeah, because we can then continue this way and try to make it, part of the frameworks in other ways. So we can sort of like narratively, structurally explain why this thing is sort of hovering here. By, for example, just putting, low frame foundations on top. I know it already looks, a bit more solid. Makes just a touch more sense. Oh no. But only a little bit more. Nothing too much now. You can even turn them all on now. Of course, they need the pump. The pump must be returned. Huh. go. Alright. So now back to what we were supposed to be doing, which is trying to get some pumps on this side. There we go. Right. That was a thing. Just doing these way. There we go. There we go. And then for power, I quite like this idea. So can we make it work on this side as well? Looks like the answer is yes. Excellent. Come on, you stupid power cable. There you go. Makes sense to me. Then another pump. I don't know, there. And you can do that just fine. Now all of these are connected. There you go. Paste the settings. There you go. 400 per meter water being shoved in them pipes. Freaking excellent. Now these guys just need the crude oil and then these will start producing. Oh, and yeah, and then power and so on. And then we'll get a very large amount, 1,600 units of fuel. Now, this is the recipe we're going for. Now that means we need another 16 nitro rocket fuel blenders. So the fuel would either be that the nitrogen gas doesn't care, the sulfur and coal doesn't care. The fuel might care about pumping. Now these would have to be again, yeah, done in sets of 4, I think. Next, yeah, the type because the Mark II belt pumps maximum throughput is 600, and I think symmetry is neat. So we could then push this entire thing maybe over yonder, and that is 12, I think. So for then. Maybe do with 10. Wait, their output and next one's input is 1-to-1. How much headlift does one of these provide? Gosh darn. Let's just look it up with a wall. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. I'd like to put in the 5th one. No explanation on head lift. So I was wondering, like, is one of these... Would it have enough head lift to go up by, like, 1 story? It'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a little too tight. So I prefer it here. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that would be sort of ideal. If we'd have you make a nitro rocket fuel. The fuel and then because the nitrogen gas is easy enough. Now it's coming from there. And if we got this to work, this mirrors that thing crooked. So it looks like it shouldn't be crooked, yet it looks like it is crooked. Yeah, that doesn't look crooked. It must have been crooked. There we go. Lower how to aim, yeah. Because these would be 1-to-1, right? Yeah. And then just the natural gas is at 75, and 75 times 16 is grand total of 1200. So both sides get one singular yeah, Mark II pipe, because that would be 600. 600 is 1200. There's 1-to-1 for these. There we go. Okay, so these are like clearly orange. Do I have a like bright orange version? Not really. I'm closest. It'll work. Of course, these guys need to be repainted. Oh, nice and bright and purple like. I don't think they have enough head lift for that. Oh, would have been too great. Would have been so nice. Just because it would have looked so neat. Oh no, well, we'll have to combine the pipes. Otherwise, we'll do the same. It's just all these flow into one pipe, which has 400, with one single pump pumping it all up, going into all of these. And that's easy enough. Easy enough to make work. And for that... I'm gonna want slightly more space in here for, you know, roominess. And you know what? Fake it. It's good enough. Good enough. If it ain't broke, don't fix it and all that. Ah, we can still do the floor holes though. Okay. On the same grid. I want to fit. I don't know, man. Yep. Identical. Identical. And this one's identical. See, now they go through each other. There we go. All right. Now we'll look see here. There we go. There we go. Took a bit of finagling, but I think we got there. A lot of hoops to jump through to align something. Not that I disagree with doing it, it's just a lot of effort, 100%. Sometimes things just get a little tricky for no effing reason. Okay, let's see here. And we'll see if we can get this to work. Answer is we don't. Well, now. There we go. Let's try it again. Look at you. Do that. How in the heck did you think that would... That's what I wanted, machine. There we go. So now those would be connected. Now all nice and awkward like. And of course, these should actually be the yellow ones. Sorry, I had ads, not sure if you what you answered. Pump needed or does it flow down? It's flowing up, a pump is needed. That's why I, instead of having these separate ones, I'm going for a... No, the setup I'm going for. So, because first I was hoping that this would be enough by itself, but I'm pretty sure it won't be, sort of no matter how much I would want it to be. So under logistics here we find our friend, the Mark 1. You know, when you put in a pump, you can see where the new like sort of maximum head lift is for the previous pump. It's annoying that I can't see it for anything else. And all the other machines do have a head lift, but as far as I know, I have no way of knowing what it exactly is before trying to shove stuff into a pipe. And I find that mildly annoying. 10-meter head? Yeah. Okay, and why won't you align now? The other one aligned. For fuck's sake. Okay, they're connected though. Sure. Let's do that. There we go, floor hole. All right. That will be one. Yeah. all the way here. And ultimately that's okay actually. One, two, three, four. One. There we go. There we go. Up the shit. Oh no. All right. 1, 2, 3, and 4. All the others were aimed correctly. Oh man, the game is increasingly freaking out. It just keeps on getting more and more unstable. Somehow. Like, what the... Then again, you know, it might be me getting more unstable. Who knows? Gosh darn. Okay, yeah. We can work with this. I can work with this. So then we need to get these in. Guess we're just gonna eyeball them. There we go. Done. There we go. And then another... There we go. And that time, it agreed to snap. Doesn't snap always. Only sometimes. And only when it suits it. I'll take it. Silly mistake. Come on, 1 and come on, 2. There we go. Well, the news tomorrow says that England ran out of cocaine. We'll know why. Oh no! I haven't really been following what's happening in the UK, so not entirely certain. Alright, so now we have theoretically all that fuel production. Of course, none of these are getting power. Where's your power inputs? You got there. Okay, so then we need a continuation from here to something that goes across all of these, which most likely is going to be a catwalk. So now I guess we'll start with putting it down a beam, though. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Then we go and to the beam connector. There you go. Because then we can just, keep on. That'll look a little neater than having a whole bunch of these outlets lying right next to each other. Yeah, would you look at that? Actually connected correct. There we go. So now these guys will be powered, and you need power from somewhere, so I guess you'll be getting it from there to there to there. There we go. And we'll do the same deal here. Cross beam from the inside of this one goes up by 12 meters because the wall is 4, so 3 walls high, pretty much. Yeah. And the beam connector up top. And yes, I do know daisy chaining is an option. I just like doing this shit. I think it looks neat. There. Power line comes in, connects to these. And to these. Oh, these are actually powered. Now everything is actually powered as well. This is in good old theory. They've sucked in the water's being pumped. Maximum consumption keeps on growing as we build this crazy machine. The alien power augmenter went back online, so that's good. Now these just need the crude oil. And then we'd get this far. And then these. Yeah, we're gonna send the compacted coal probably like down to there or somewhere where we feel like putting a bunch of coal power plants. Or over there, there's more space, I guess. Because, yeah. Now we have here 16 of these. Oh, that's right. So 2,400, so 4 full... Yeah, 4 full belts. Yeah. Oh, would you look at that? I accidentally... Totally intentional, absolutely was the plan all along. So the outputs here were from 4 machines, fills 1 entire Mark II belt. Totally know what I'm doing. Trust me, bro. I'd never lie. Except all the time. But it's fine. So then the nitrogen gas is... Well, that's already here. And we need that on the input side. So how do we split them? In a sort of neat fashion. And... Well, just bring it down the roof, I guess. Now these are meant to then bring in the solids, and they'll be working in tandem with what we're gonna grab from here. And we don't actually have any exporters for the train just yet, so it's just a station to import with no exporters. So for that, I'm gonna tap into these bad boys. I'm gonna probably have to do it. Sure. There we go. I'm not going around that one too much. But I do like mucking about with the framed floors and things. So one of these goes, say, here. And for here we have the belts go down. And then the belts go across here and feed into these. Yeah, we'll figure out the details. And afterwards, first we gotta make sure that these can all be fed. Now, the inputs here is sulfur is 100 a minute, so here's well we're gonna want. We got 16 of these, so we need more than one full belt actually. So probably gonna have to have a container or two on the upper floor, or then we build a sort of containing level here, which then being fed into by the exports. So we have a kind of buffer. Because the industrial buffer can have multiple inputs, so that way we can have multiple inputs then shared the balance between the two. And then we can have 800 and 800. Now, yeah. Okay, but let's do the pipes first. So then it'll be. Along there. Now that thing is at a weird angle, but we can fix this. Yep. Close enough. There we go. Man, I was like hoping to do a sort of quick and dirty construction, but I should have known better. I'll get caught up in the details once again. It's what I do every time. This one's super compact compared to the neat stuff we did over there, but that's fine. I didn't want to deal with the catwalk nonsense. We've done it once. In many ways, absolutely worth it. But also, is the same finish? Nah, dude. Been there, done that. So it's along that angle. And do this. Yes. I'm wondering if I do that. Would you then? No? And but if I remove this one? No? What if we look at it from a weird angle? No? Yes, no. That apparently worked. See if we can figure out what I did there. So we first put the horizontal to vertical, so we got a pipe straight up. Then we look at the T-junctions. We cut off the top. We remove the T-junction, we add the T-junction back, but right at the top, tippy top edge, and then apparently it'll clip to it. It's a little weird, but well, it works. If it works, I'm happy with it. Try it again. T-junction. There. We remove everything going up from the T-junction. Then we remove the T-junction itself, so now we have, and then we add another T-junction at the tip of the pipe, and then this will recognize that as something you can sort of aim towards. Weird, but that's gonna make the aiming a lot easier, so that's nice. There we go. And then on this side, alright, same deal. Good. There we go. There we don't go. Whoops. There we go. And from you, we aim like kind of there. Get our hands on one of them T-junctions. We add one of them here. We snip it up, snip the extras off, including the T-junction we just put in. Then we add it again at the right, at the tip of the pipe, and yep, it is. Now it snaps. Now snapping is a wild and dark magic. It works when it wants to. Snapping never snaps wrong. Snapping like a wizard snaps precisely when it means to. So use the T-junctions to cut off the tops. Then we remove the T-junctions themselves. Then we put them back right at the tip. And yeah. And then clipping clips. I mean, snapping snaps the way a snap is supposed to snap. In the most snapalicious, scrapalicious way. Freaking fantastic. Heck, and yep, boys. Oh no. Well, bugger. Oh, nothing to do about. So you. And yeah. Okay, excellent. There. I had to aim past it a little bit for the snapping to agree to the snap. Alright, gas pipes are in. And yeah, then we figure out how to get the gas in there. And right, yeah, I think wasn't the math that we had 75 times 16 was 1200, yeah, so it is one Mark II per side. I think they can meet here in the middle. They can follow, say, that seam. There we go. One. An equal and opposite one. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Alright. So these are the two Mark IIs. And can we hit a couple of these in a sensible way? So what if we do that? And then follow it up by the stackable one. That's wrong. Nice and neat and straight. There we go. Now the nitrogen gas is connected. We can see about trying to make like a balancing system at some point, but for now they're working. So now these guys would be getting no power, but they're getting the fuel is connected, the gas is connected, and then we just need the 2 solids and run power through the system. And then we'll have to build a giant tower on top of here that goes all the way up, filled with just fuel burners. But I need to have a little break. I'm gonna go to the backyard with the doggos, stretch my legs a little bit. I've been on again for 5 hours, 5 in a row. Hey, nicely done, Negative Dearmon. Thank you for the streak. I appreciate it. Liquids go, gas go. Now to get the solids, and we'll have complete diarrhea. That is very true. Apple shavings, the proper soupy kind. It ain't. It ain't right if it got like lumps in it that'll burn you. That'll be the next time. I mean, like, that'll be soon. Just need to have a little break. Just stretch those legs and refill my drinks. Right, and like I said, go out to the backyard. Right, I'll be right back. I'll see you soon. Ta-ta. And I have returned, my friends. Alright. I guess we're gonna have to have a sort of a lower level here of the solid inputs. Now 16 times 50 is 800. So the coal will fit in one belt. The sulfur will need two. I think we're gonna do it with one of my favorite techniques, the good old catwalk. You see, if I'm catwalk going down here, yeah. With these guys have catwalk connections? Oh. Oh. Can I make use of that? No. We'd have to figure out their placements in a very different way. Okay, so what we will do then instead is we look here, and I'd say... That's one option. And then we could... Hey there, crab thighs. Hope you're doing well. Hope you've had a pleasant rest. Yeah, man. It's too steep. Alright. I like the triple catwalk. Alright. G'day, hope you all well done. Looking while I get the Lumina finished and start working on my first major personal construction train. Nice. Yeah, the Lumina stuff is one of the things that I should at some point maybe go back to, but I'm hoping to finish my goals without having to touch an Lumina again. Alright, so I'm hoping... Yeah, I'm digging it. I'm digging it. Yeah, we can then do some other shenanigans with the catwalks, but right now, yeah, 3 layers of catwalks, and we'll do, well, I mean, technically 2, I guess, is all we need. And on the insides of the pipes, I like when the symmetry works out, now you can just actually trust the walls and everything. They've been placed correctly. Okay. I'm digging it already with the catwalks. I'm now looking so, you know, pleasantly industrial. We have to put in like lighting and things, and have that 3rd level of catwalk for, you know, human walking. These are more for belt having. I wonder if I should have the splitter here. I mean, I don't want to go through there, so yes, actually.
So I had a beef bow from the store, 6/10 decent.
Hey there, Death Witch. Hope you're doing good. Sorry, I'm a little just locked in here. And a couple of snacks out of beef. 4 from the store. Ooh, 6 out of 10. Nice. Always nice when you get, like, you know, when you find a cheap solution that is actually decent. Because while there are many makers of food and other things who, when they make something cheap, make something crappy, it's always good to find out that there's still makers of things out there who might not be making, you know, or folks are making, you know, affordable quality. So there's a lot of creators of things out there who make extremely expensive, but also shit quality. You know, most expensive does in no way mean high quality. Yeah. The best is usually found in some kind of middle price range, but every now and again you get lucky and you find something nice and excellent. That is a little bit on the cheaper side. There we go. I found this to be true with power tools. Other tools, pretty much. Well, tools in general, but also very much so. Then I found that extends to pretty much almost everything that I find myself spending money on. Alright, let's make mirrors of each other. And then there's the inner and the outer. Outer is the taller one. Inner is the lower one. Kind of funny because I'm going to be deleting these. There we go. Getting sloppy around as I started, it helped a ton. The 480 ingots per minute, 60 casings. Hey, nice. Yeah, I got the sloppy now, and I should go back and redo my entire aluminum thing with the sloppy aluminum and other things. But we have enough bauxite. We're not going like through all the bauxite we're importing, so in that sense, I could. It might be better just to build a second machine. I mean, second factory. Sweet, sweet caffeine. Alright, splitter. Right now my alumina production is pretty much all running, only being useful and functional thanks to the magical power of sloops at the end. Which is the fact that I just now remembered. I'm like, oh right, yeah. That is pretty much how desperately we really should go and update all of that. Ow. I'm holding my mouse poorly. Excellent then. Okay, so now all of those are connected. And we can have one input pretty much carry all the coal. The sulfur then needs to be divided into two. And that way I feel like this would probably then become the catwalk for the sulfur. The belt is too short. No, I guess that's the top is the sulfur now. And then at the bottom right. This is also pretty important. Kind of forgot about this one. Oh, boys.
hydration critical.
You are absolutely correct. Give us a quick sec. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate it. Ah. So then we'll have the solids are like kind of theoretically hooked up. And yeah, I'm gonna move those around, to be honest. There you go. It's a nice little, neat little placeholders. So okay, so these two need to take in crazy amounts of sulfur. You take in the coal. The coal imports are actually happening here. So we're gonna have to then bring them in and through the floor. We can't really do that there. And these would be the basics. And one of these will then be doubled. Let's just double them both for now. Alright. So that means we do some kind of containment system here. I heard he hides his ass. Dum-pa-dum. Sometimes, you know? That's all you gotta, that's what you gotta do, you know? Sometimes them donkey lovers just get out of hand. You just gotta do what you gotta do, you know? Take care of your ass. Okay, we can move these around a little bit. So that means we could then have a look-see here at the industrial storage. Okay, let's Let's look at the theoretical placement there. We could then have them next to each other, but it'll be a little awkward, but it can be done. The question is, are you then too close to this? A little bit. Especially because I would need these to be facing this way. And so if we do that... Okay, nothing too bad, nothing we can't fix. It's gosh darn Gwillem. Hey there, Gwillem. How you doing? Wee! Welcome, Mind Raiders. How is Oxton not included? How's that been treating you? Oh no, wrong button.
Drink, drink, drink.
Thank you, Crash Hole.
Stop
The hydrate.
shrimping Streamer Man.
And a singular squad. There we go. Thank you. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Hope you're all doing well. Hey there, Gwillem. Hope Oni has been treating you well, and things haven't gone completely insane. You never know with that game. Very likely that it's keep on going more and more insane. And welcome on in, Raiders, by the way. Those that don't know me, hi. I am know who I am. I am Hannu, son of Hannu. Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and lately just ridiculously addicted to the glories of factory and automation games. Would that work? No. Oh, we could scoot you further to the left, though. I am playing... I'm on the, like... Oh, the meatballs are done. Now there's just the ballistic missiles ready, and then we win the game, technically. It's not my first time playing it. I have played through the game when 1.0 came out. But that was before I started streaming. And one of my current goals is on this run is to get that final... Oh, and also that's wrong. Get that final achievement. The golden nut. The Oni colony prospers mostly when training in space and such. Hey, nice. I had a super fun time getting to know Oni. Not too long ago. Excellent game. Most excellent indeed. Now I wonder, would that work? We need to get back to it at some point, especially now the aquatic, DLC was like officially released. I played it in its early access, the beta testing, and it was a lot of fun. It really changed how you play the game. Indeed, was what I started streaming with. No prior experience in streaming or Oni. Well, then I guess you started with the best way to stream. Got to play with something you don't really know. That creates that high quality content, as they say. Wrong button. I at least very much enjoy the whole getting to learn new games and sharing that experience with chat. Okay. Now if we do this, the idea is that this one sorry. Lost in the sauce again. And I'm sorry, but it will happen again. So I realized that to make this work the way I want it to, I'm gonna have to make this one a sort of double thick catwalk. Yeah, I mean that is my theory on the whole. What makes good content? The answer is entertaining struggle, and a part of that is learning to play a new game. And because there's a lot of games out there that people have never really played, and it's fun and all to watch someone play who knows what they're doing. I will also like just considering what I myself enjoy. Quite enjoy the watching people, learn games. I get to sort of learn with them vicariously. One of the reasons why I very much enjoy the wonderful art of content of Kilodrix, for example. And this one will be double wide. Then we have one belt going in here, gets split across everything. So this one brings in the coal. So we'll have this one be coal, so that the upper one which is a little bit trickier. We get it to work. We'll get it to work. Now for this, we could probably get it with one of those, followed by a corner, followed by some ramps. And yeah, I quite like using the catwalks for all kinds of things, but not only like traversing humans, but also for like just holding the belts, because I think they look neat. They have that light structure. Not everything has to be like the hard concrete. Yeah. We're building a new turbo rocket fuel factory because to deal with our power woes. Not that we can still win the game without doing it, but well, now that I started, now I want to finish. So. Now for this one, Another thing I've enjoyed in streaming a game that I know, like this one, is that it turns out I didn't know it at all quite as well as I thought I did. I learned so much from chat about these little lovely tidbits and nuggets of information. And also some things that should be obvious, but apparently weren't quite obvious enough for silly old me. So it's been quite nice. Quite nice indeed. There, nice. And at least adequately consistent design. Nope. That'll do though. Nice and straight. Heckin' game. Yeah, my computer is not the strongest, not the newest. 10 years old and counting. And yeah, and the save has a lot of bits and bobs in it now because I wanted to play with the 1.2 update because they added trucks. So I wanted to build roads that have a lot of trucks. And I'm building a lot of decorative items here and there and so on, so there's a lot. The save is getting a bit heavy for my machine. But thankfully we are in the final stretch. So we're getting there, slowly but surely, but we are getting there. Here's a random ass question. Can I feed in with one belt and out from another? Alright, now let's have another look-see here then. Which one is which? So, this one being the right side. Right side's for coal. There we go. So that's where the coal goes in. That's the coal hole. And apparently, yeah.
Great
Interesting.
Cornholio.
The great Cornholio. I need to be for my mango. Alright. Now a bunch of this is being fed here. It is not enough to run the entire facility, but you know, better than nothing. And slowly but surely we'll build up a little bit of a buffer here. Aha! Oh well, it'll work fine. Especially, yeah, like I said, once it has a bit of a buffer there, it'll work better. But now we have the solids, we have the liquids, we have the gas inputs. So now, technically, you would get everything you need, except doesn't get any fuel yet, but and also has no power. So where does how do we link up the power connections here? Now, technically, we could just daisy chain these buggers. And right here, that is exactly what we're gonna do. And then, I'm guessing a beam that runs across here. Like the middle of this one. I can't do the middle because that's the way we have one of those. So yeah, along that one. Then we go with architecture, and here we find our friend the cross beam. The cross beam connects there. $16 meters sounds good to me. Switch over to H beam, or in my opinion that's an I beam, but what do I know? What do you think of the euro currency? I know. I mean, it works. We had the marca before that one. It's handy in the fact that I can use it across the EU trade zones without worrying about stuff like conversion rates. I see. So I guess we should actually have it here on the lower side. True. Yeah. I mean, the EU, the trade zone comes with its, positives and negatives. That is very true. But all in all, it has made, international trade and so on much smoother experience and easier in many ways. Ooh, can I bring you? Oh yes. Not. Oh. Quite identical there, but close enough. I find that acceptable. And this way we can bring in a power cable through here. You see, what we do is we make a copy of a wall outlet. Like that. Now they're slowly but surely filling up with stuff. You see, this was a thing I didn't know about, that you can have, if you have a power pole or a wall outlet and you aim it in the middle of a cable, you can like just add it to the middle of that cable. That's one of the wonderful things I've learned from chat. There. Connections on... So another connection should be, well, interconnected in more than one place, so that's handy. And yeah, they're filling up. Yeah, once this starts running, it's gonna run out of stuff in just no time. Yeah, so the longer I can wait for these guys to fill up, the better, I guess. The good thing is, yeah, this thing's max output of 1200 is what all of these need. No, wait, no, we need like 800, so we're more than A-okay with that one. Whereas in this one, there's 2 bells here for a reason. Hello, my Swedish crown. It's too much to let him go. Yeah. Well, I mean, as long as the Swedish crown keeps on doing okay financially, I don't see why you would ever need to. There you go. So now a catwalk connection, connecting these, connecting those. So we're pumping some raw oil. I was thinking like, where's the closest like crude oil I can like just maybe steal a little bit from. Maybe these ones. Right now the conversion rate to euro is 1-to-1. Oh, that's pretty good actually. Well done. Not too long ago that was very much not the case. But then again, there's also the whole, you know, recession thing happening. Alright. So in the name of awkward testing, not pretty sure. Well, nah. increased flow rate and everything. Oh yeah, these guys are also like slooped as well. Dang. So, no slooping, no weirdness here. Just powerful production. I will eventually get these guys enough heavy oil residue to make a little bit of fuel, which will then be pumped into these to make a little bit of rocket fuel. Oh, and you have a solid output as well. Can I get the solid stuff from below? I mean, we could, but yeah, don't know how neat that would be. Alright, Great Recession. Another thing to put on my Millennial Doomsday list. Yep, I know, right? Nothing quite like a global recession to really put the world in perspective. I didn't realize that my compass had a toilet. But it's a golden toilet. The managerial restroom. So, no wonder it's a bit sparkly. These are very slowly getting stuff. Because this is built to handle the entire output of everything over there. Not just a little bit of stuff. I just wanted to see if we can get these to start producing stuff in, a little bit. Just a wee bit. Now, while we wait for that to slowly get... Okay, they're slowly producing things. And these will be then producing the compacted coal. So how do we get the compacted coal? Wherever we want it. I think the easiest way would be to just have a central belt. There we go. There you go. Because even with everything, we would be producing 16 times 25. Grand total of 650 coal per minute. Compacted coal. And we're going to be sending that over to somewhere. Make a whole bunch of coal power plants to deal with that. Well, we do have to phase 5, Hanno. Well, the goal is to get to the golden nut achievement, pretty much. And once all of that is... Once that, the golden nut has been nutted, the nuts have been achieved, then I think it'll be time to have a closer look at Captain of Industry. Because I do, in the end, call myself a variety streamer. And as such, I should maybe have some variety in the games I stream. Not always and forever only stream the same one.
The biggest nut buster.
Yeah. Okay, so now there's finally enough here to go in the pipe. Now this guy's making rocket fuel. And the rocket fuel needs to go up there. Because it's a gas, we don't need to worry about the pumps and whatnots, like, at all. $4.167 per minute. To me, one of these consumes 4.167. I think that's what they're saying. Okay. So that means we do... Yeah, and it's 400, not 650. Okay. So that means we do 16 times 150, 2400 divided by 4.167. Which means we need 5... $575.9 turbo fuel. I mean, power engine. Yeah. Okay. 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 Divided by 2.5. You stick charge and all of them. Okay. Power charge and everything is still 230. Divided by 4. No blueprint with 4 of them. 57.559. Okay then. Or in fact, that'll be like 57.59 per pipe. That is assuming, yeah, we also do stick power shards and all that. I mean, we should have. We have like an industrial storage container full of power shards, so we should be okay. Yeah, about 230 times 3, that'll be 4. Yeah, it's like 5 stacks. We'll be fine. Okay then. What the shit? Why does it feel like this looks different? Chat, is it just me or did they change the C-burner T800? coal burner, sea burner. Did they change the model? Or am I just insane? You got a good point. Okay, maybe, okay, good. Maybe, no, but this still looks... I don't remember there being an exposed turbine. Oh well. No biggie. Now, combat the coal burn rate is 7.143. Which means... Looks like edgy. Yeah, because I just changed my default coloration to black and cyan. So 16 times 25 divided by 7. So these... Well... Shit. Divided by 2.5, so we can do 24 of these. Well, I guess we'll put them there, because they're going to need a whole buckload of water. And... yeah. Look at our blueprints. It's gonna be a pretty tall tower. Sort of no matter what. And if we work with this, we could fit you could almost fit 4. Come on. And tower straight. To the heavens, with industry! And if only my 4-story turbo fuel power plant failed in my last playthrough. Yeah. Now it turns out rocket fuel can go a little further. So we'll cut tower corner, and we'll find a decent spot with the corner building corner here. How's that possible? Oh well. I have to do some slight adjustments. Weird. Yeah, I'm on. So that's like one theoretical base here. And then if we use this as the experimenting. being the noisiest place in the universe. That is a risk we're facing here as well. I'm just glad this thing would sort of fit in the hollow here, so I can just go straight up. And let's try it again. We have 16 machines doing 150 divided by, was it 4.178? So we would need 575 machines. So then we'll have a look, see at how many we can put in one floor. Then we'll figure out how many floors we need, and then depending on how this goes, we'll make a new blueprint version of the corners and the straight that also has the turbines on them. Now, of course, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done these. We can have the central part sort of later. We'll do something like that. And then we have the blueprint. I already hid all the cocaine in his nose. Oh no! Well, I guess there are worse place to hide it. Okay, so technically it'd be one of these per blueprint. We could do a couple of moves like that. It is slightly inside the corners. But it's nothing impossible, really. I can work with this. Let me... Okay, interesting. Oh, right, of course, because the middle one doesn't have the same... No. Half a tile. And half a tile. Okay, so pulling the pipes will be slightly awkward, but nothing impossible, because I was thinking we do this. Heck, no it. Oh, right. Yeah, for this one, you gotta cheat. I'm putting it first that way. And then on that one, you put this one. And then you connect these two with that one. Nice. Now the thing is, we could... see, first, let's fix these. So I'm thinking that if you add these to the blueprint, one of these faces like to the side, right? One of these faces away, and you'll be facing that way. Then we can always have a bit of like spiraling pipe system, I guess. And then we'll end up with 1, 2, 3, 6, 8 times 4 per level. So 32. You can do at least 32, maybe more. So do 16 times 150 divided by 4.178 divided by 32 means you would have 17.9 floors. So 18 floors. I don't know if the map's high enough. And then divided by 2.5 means we'd have 7.1. So 8 floors. If we just throw in a whole bunch of power shards. And potentially shove in a few extras, so 7 stories of this. Fair enough. Let's find the most special thing we know, which is the designer of the blueprint. There you go. And on the designer of the blueprint, we then load in a corner. And upon the corner, we then build from our blueprints the 4 fuel gens. Place it down all nice and awkward like, so that it'll fit in there. Wouldn't happen to like both be wrong. No. Just the one. The 400 into our pockets. Tower corner power. Save the blueprint. Let's add a detail. You know what, for this, whatevs. Close enough. There we go. But no, I don't like that. Ah, no, no, no. Haha, finally, yes, yes. What we need, of course, is a goddamn streetlight. There. Perfect. We say, we clear, and we load. Then we do architecture. With organization, the street light. There we go. Into 50. And change the color. And then we try to place these things down. Do they actually work? Do they make sense? Okay, so far looks so promising. Now, with the nature of the blueprint, we can also... You don't have to make a square. I'm just making one because I wanna. We're making different shapes as well. All right. And they would have 4 pipes coming up. For 7 levels. Yeah, we'll make it work. I wonder if I should make like an internal piece here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 by 6, something I should be able to do. And that one will have a power pole in the corners. So there'll be 1. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need then a central piece. Let's see if we can figure out what that would look like. See, that one would then need a connections for the pipes. So that'll be 1. There we go. They'd all be connected. And we change these 4 into the bigger pipeline junctions. And then they connect to a up-down facing one. Let's see here. So then we'd have now, because it's a 6x6, obviously. Means we don't have a central piece. So the center will be slightly off-center, which will be mildly annoying. Unless we... Oh, wait, no. We can have an elevator going up the middle, using the magical power of a catwalk. Because the catwalk is essentially half foundation. So then we can have a catwalk spiraling staircase that leaves one full foundation like smack dab in the middle, and then once we built the entire thing, we can then try to pull an elevator through there. I think that's a very doable idea indeed, which means it is time to smack down a good old blueprint designer. And we just lift it up here. And then we'll see about getting these silly things to work. That's as placeholder. And then we in the middle. There you go. And with this, we can do... Yep. Spin sort of counterclockwise. Push now, doggo. Silly doggo. Full of the berks. Okay, let's assume the future elevator goes there. See, it would fit perfectly, but the traps, doggo. Yeah, my own doggo is just having some berky times. I'm guessing there are sounds outside that she doesn't like. Not the first time. She doesn't like many things, that one. Not many things at all. Oh well. And then under architecture we find the modern railing. There we can go. There you go. So that's how they're actually being measured. I see. Now we could then have a... Now those two are there for the elevator. Elevator goes through there. And thanks to the elevator we have the power connection here. And that means that the see if we can that'll be close enough. And then with the floor hole, then when the next floor goes up, you just plop plop, get that shit up there. Hello, I'm home from work and you're still at work. Yes, that is very true, Zoryax. I hope your work went well. At least I'm very much enjoying mine. There we go. And then one more. Well, I'm gonna work a trip to Norway tomorrow. Ooh. Well, I hope you have a fun time in Norway. And I've never been to Norway myself. And also Norwegians. Lovely folk. Never been to the actual country. I guess you should go visit one of these days. After all, it's not that far away. Okay, so now we can connect these up, these to the central pumps, those to the side, the corner pumps, these to the next level, elevator goes here. I still feel like putting something here in the corners, but what could that be? Well, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a beam. Will a round concrete beam be the correct way to go, though? And 40 meters here is apparently exactly the correct. I mean, they do look pretty intentional. The height looks perfect because this one goes 1 meter up because it's going to meet with this guy, where those I shoved 1 meter down, so they'll be meeting this one. And the live doggo as well. That'll be fine for a little while longer. Okay, so then how do we connect the power though? Look at these. And the idea was to have something in the corner. Alright, so let's put some more catwalk shenanigans, I think. So we can do... 1, 2, 3, 4. So we can't do exactly that, but kind of. So what we do is we do that. We do 1, 2. And that'll hopefully... Yeah, it goes across there just nice. Now it's offset by hopefully enough. Alright, I'm okay with this. Then there'll be pipes going straight up here. And then, you know, the corners we're gonna need. Let's see here. Pump pump. Yeah, 'cause even the middle ones can meet there, just all nice like. That little placeholder is most definitely not necessary anymore. There we go, them street lights. Well, you can't be there because the pipe goes through you. But how about facing the other way? Power outlet's going to be on the right. So in that way, that'll be better. See if we can figure these ones out. Having a power... Wait a minute. Can I make it work? I think we can. So our final architectural masterpiece will have then combining tips and tricks we've learned on the way, it would seem. So this way we can have illumination going towards the center and have a power pole powerful enough to then, you know, have enough connections to connect to all the power producers. Yes, yes. Also intensity down to 50%. Switch the color of lamp. Settings copied. Settings pasted. Pasted. Oh yeah. Get rid of you. And I need more connections, so I have to upgrade it from the Mark 1s. Because otherwise, you know, it'll have one free spot and it needs more. Clipping a little more than I was hoping, but you know what? We're gonna live with it. So how do we then connect to the elevator? Once the elevates, well, there's gonna be this here light. So out of this here light, elevator to this lamp too. So we can't really get in lighting on the stairwell with these, because this would go too high, you know. Now this one's still fine, but then this one would clip into the next floor. Yep, can't have that now, can we? Imagine you did that in real life. 1 million megavolts to one cable and link everything into the same cable. Yep. It would melt pretty quickly, yes. One of the things I love and love to hate, and hate to love, about games like Stationeers, where your cables will absolutely short fuse. 100%. Short circuits, that's the word. Now here's the elevator, the entrance, so this way you get up from here. Now we could, as such, maybe have one of these here, but I think it'll be better to have one of these here. Alright, so this will be then the central piece. Yeah. I'm really afraid of actually accidentally pushing the clear button. The power center sans elevator. It is saved. Now let's clear it. Let's delete it. There we go. The blueprints. Yeah, the elevator should probably face that way. There we go. And now, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And then power-wise, with this, you're connected. And with that, you're connected. And these get connected on both sides, just pretty much just because we can. Alright. Now you... Oh, you are connected. Excellent. So. Then we check how does this... Ah, you bastard. See? Perfect connection, then perfect connection, and we go. Don't look at it. It'll break your mind. Nope, looks correct. Now we need about 7.18 stories of this. And so that'd be 8. And some of the stuff being made here would be put into containers somehow. Well, let's go with 8. So that'll be 1, 2. Oh, right. For now, we'll do stuff like that. 1, 2. Three. 4. 5. 6. 7. Low on quick wire. A good thing I have a giant factory making nothing but quick wire there, and apparently I forgot to add the uploading thing. So one more story, and then from the top you can see all the way from there to there. I'm tempted to, like, why don't we just make it even taller? I mean, we can just pull out some of these power shards and just make more generators. Well, so far, looks nice and promising that way. Run, sip, slide, jump. Hover. Nice. Ha. I'm really tempted to try to make it even taller. I don't know if I'll need a full industrial container's worth, but you never know. I mean, it'll slow down the production of everything else, but I guess one of the big questions is, how many, like, do I care? I guess the answer is no. There we go. So now fully half of everything that's been exported is going in here. Instantly annoyed at my choice. Make a smaller one.
How do you lose a plane? Landman cracks me up.
And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So the factory grows, and there you go. Yeah, in the end, let's make it a smaller sort of container here in between, because that way, you know, the rest of the factory can keep running as it should much faster. Yeah, there's some of these things that haven't really been figured out. Then again, let's just deal with these. There. We can add a door there if we need to, but there's catwalks and a door over there. There. And a nice little door access if necessary. Everything else here seems to be running just perfectly. All those lights are green. And silica is flowing. Fantastic. It means all of those are running. Outputs are full. And all your inputs are full. And supercomputers are being produced at full speed. Somehow. Because the math says... Oh well, I mean, like, I've been ramping up production in other places too, so it's fine. There, now it makes even more supercomputers than originally intended. Fan-heckin-tastic. Now the computer exports are full, and supercomputers are being made. So excess is being thrown into there. And yeah, we're making a collection of meatballs that we should probably show and throw in the machine. Well, already at 730 coupons. Not too long left. I'm just gonna make that final phase 5 project part and then throw just everything that we're making, absolutely everything, into the into the sink. You're idle because your fuel output is full. how many of these we could fit in here? Yeah. Hey there, Pythos. Hope we're doing well. There we go. Now, seeing you around, friendo. Let's see here. There we go, and... Well. Because I know, like, you know, the construction will still take a little bit. In the meantime, let them fill up some buffers. Let the machines work. And also... we can then have to do the... There we go. Figure out the coal power. In the meantime, let's just get rid of all that compacted coal. Now you're of course mostly full of good old rocket fuel, which isn't currently being pumped into anywhere, but that's because we're building the giant tower above you. The Tower of Power. I'm awake! Took a while to rouse. Well, especially mornings can sometimes be very pleasant to take, slowly but surely. Okay, so we could go taller. If we want to. Right now we were at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Math said we would need 7.18. That is, if we go to 8.9. So 10 if we only put 2 crystals in. I almost dreamed Project Zomboid last night. My brain is doing the crisis management survival in that. Yeah. Well, dreaming Project Zomboid is, I would argue, still more fun than dreaming about Excel sheets. And oh, well, what do you know? We can actually have the elevator go through the entire thing, actually, and into these levels as well. Totally intentional. No, it wasn't. Not at all. Well, that's never stopped me from stealing credit in the past. I mean, yes, it has. I'm not one to steal. Right. And this means Now this is where the rocket fuel needs to go. Kind of makes me feel like, what if we, bring them over. And have a small set of industrial no, can't do that. Elevator. We got these here. I can most definitely follow up on this though. Sure, that Excel sheets can be pretty exciting. They can be, but the ones I was dreaming of were most definitely not, I'll tell you that much. Oh no, the gibberish. The only answer is just don't look at it. You can't. If you can't see the gibberish cannot truly hurt you. At least that is what we all hope. Now I'm trying to open up this corner for some buffers to hold on to the rocket fuel. I feel like it would have value to store some of it. So that we can at least see how it all runs, for a wee while. Which means we need the stackable pipelines. It's all kinds of fun looking. Yeah, man. Ah. I love these guys producing stuff. Then we do 1, 2. There we go. Come on, wait now, Cliff. There we go. That is like so weirdly arbitrary. Get rid of those extras, and then we connect. Connect. So, filling up some rocket fuel. But I don't actually want to connect them just yet because it'll all just get so loud. Now we'll see about connecting then the corners. The straights, I guess, first. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Actually, about the bug that occurred when they fixed it, like around the corner, and that's it. Yeah, Zorix. That's what I was assuming. Power corner. Power corner. There we go. Whoop. We got a corner. There we go, so we've got lights, excellent. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Yep. Didn't get as much done here. Well, the other thing is, I guess there's so many things to do, so the ADHD mind just keeps on finding the next task, and every task is still kind of needs to be done. Well, perhaps in this order, but you know, still kind of needs to get done and all that. I'm very much considering like just also like faffing about and installing that elevator. But one thing that we'll have to then do is determine where exactly is the lowest floor. Alright. Then we do some more blueprinting. We do the straight. And then one. No, we're missing copper sheets and rubber. There we go. Well, there's a whole bunch of copper sheets being made over there. I guess that we should go and add some more multi-dimensional pockets there, as well as the more of the rubber production. So I think we're just throwing the excess over right now just away. No, but this thing just makes... But the very first one makes even more, though. I think we're gonna have to make... Oh, well. Probably won't take that long. Let's see here. One more left. Well, in the meantime, let's hook some of these up. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still a few levels left to go, but we're getting there. And this game doesn't like clipping, so you might want to see if it works before you do too much. Yeah, I mean, if the elevator doesn't work, yeah, I mean, then we have a central stairwell. But yeah, it is very true. It is not very clipping friendly at all. Like, do you want it to come all the way down to water level? The answer might be no. But also kind of, yeah. Alright, let's see here. There would be some clipping with the floors, but not... Shouldn't be with the elevator, though. Nah. Let's not risk it. As a maximum height? Maybe not. But why only 15 meters? Maximum height for personnel elevator reached. What the shit? I was all excited about having a giant elevator in the middle. Now if I dismantle a little bit, I dismantle the entire thing. Yeah, no, it said like maximum height for an elevator reached. Can I build another one on top of it? That's sort of what I'm gonna do now. $196. So 200 meters is the maximum, apparently. Now we know. See, it won't go higher up than 196. So if I put you here, then I continue, then it goes out only 15 meters up to where it was. So I can try to build another one. In the same space. About like that. Yeah, I thought we could just keep on going as well. That's what I was dreaming of and hoping for. But no. The game said, not today. Oh well, we can kind of make it work if we do it something dumb and weird like that. See, 196. So I'm assuming that is like 196 is with the with the base elevator being 4 meters. So 200 meters is the maximum. Wait, did I do that wrong?
Have a drink on me.
No, still only goes to 15 meters, even though I added a stop in between. So it's not like between
Stop
stops.
Screamer Man.
It is like per elevator. Thank you, couple snacks. One singular squat, done. Hydration. Thank you. The in-game doggos, I'm afraid, will have to wait. Because the real world doggos will need me like very, very soon. So then we'll also have the coal power being done there. Thunder's the focus, yeah. Applaud this. I'm curious, why not more nuclear? Fun to do something else? Acute uranium poisoning? Yeah, I mean, because to make more nuclear, I would have to build the entire loop again. Because every step is consuming the total output of the previous step, which means I'd build all of that one more time. Whereas this one is, in many ways, much simpler, especially with the recipe I got on hand now. Plus, I kind of wanted to build a tall tower. And I was trying to figure out what do I put inside. Well, just ridiculous amounts of fuel generators. Why not? That should work. And yeah, then have to figure out what to do with the elevator. I think we'll just have to have one of these. Oh, right, because that thing's there. Okay. Okay, let's pull this one up. Ah, right. Come on. Now it's electrified all the way. But I've been on for over 8 hours and I need to go walk the dogs. Because there's a storm coming. And we gotta get them out before it starts raining. So. We have a power tower design. So next time we'll just need to get more. And the meatballs are all done. 1,000 out of 1,000. So we're gonna start feeding those into the coupon machine. And they made like that last little ballistic missile machine. But yeah, I'd say we're doing good though. This thing will just be fun to do. And then we'll have all the power we need to, you know, bring her home, if you will. Of course, we're gonna have to then figure out how to get more coal and sulfur and all that, but we'll manage. We'll manage. Well, thanks for hanging out, Buffalopicus. Thanks for the wiggles. Wow. See you next time, Hanoi. See you next time, Zorix. And next time will be, of course, I do believe, tomorrow. So that's when we finish this. And I have a feeling we might be finishing our adventure tomorrow. Depending on if we can get enough coupons, of course. $298 hours. Okay, so we're gonna get nice to get past 300 hours on this save. Finish belting fuel to 30 truck stations. Nice. So then we must change the scene to the end of streams and find the song. It is, of course, the song of drink and industry. And we'll see who's out and who's about and where, my friends, where do we raid? Also see the whole people who owe at raid 2 and all that. And okay, we could always read the twitching. It's always a good one, especially because he's going for his partner push. So almost feels good to give him a hand. No, he's playing this one right now, and I feel that yeah, I got no brain. I'm gonna radio all the twitching again. Help him out in his partner push. Give me your lurks, give me your follows. Hang out. And watch him play some sweet, delicious, wonderful Quasimorph. He is, of course, the Twitchy, the Blue Orc, the Swiss Menace, also known as the Twerk. I'm gonna send you all over there. So hey, thank you for hanging out, everyone. Thank you, Tubub Games, Kobold Snacks, Sleeper, Zorix, Buffalopicus, Carpathice, and everyone else over there on the Twitch side. And thank you, BCP, and everyone else on the YouTube side as well. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you. And I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same content, and we'll be finally finishing up that Tower of Power. If we feel like it, maybe we'll rip out some of those power shards and just make it taller, because why not? And then we're going to do the final project part. And then we're going to see about how much stuff do we need to sink to finally get the 1,000 coupons. Okay, that'll be next time. Until then, my friends, stay awesome. Ta-ta.